This is part 6 of the Verdant Paradox Book 2 in R.M. Stratton's military sci-fi series Concord Horizon. If you like the audiobook, the ebook is available at Amazon at the link in the description. 61. Kehlar speaks. The 20th day began with arrows. Not many, enough. They came out of the gray light before sunrise, falling from the western terrace in a shallow arc toward the main gate. Aelari bows did not have the range or force of a modern weapon, but they had points, gravity, and the advantage of being launched by people who believed the gods had become contestants in their argument. One arrow struck the stone near Chen's position and broke. Another skittered across the terrace and stopped against the base of a crescent-carved pillar. A third hit the upper lintel, quivered there, and made one of Aelari's younger acolytes whisper a prayer so fast the translator gave up. Rousseau looked at the arrow in the lintel. Rude. Kimov did not look amused. Low, he said. Everyone went lower. The first probe came 2 minutes later. 3 Aelari advanced toward the main gate with shields of hardened wood and leather, crouched behind them while 2 others loosed arrows from the stones above. Behind them, half hidden by the remains of a processional wall, 2 Kehlar moved in armor. That changed the shape of the morning. Aelari with bows were a problem of restraint. Kehlar in armor were a problem of survival. Kimov had placed Chen and Rousseau where the gate narrowed between 2 old Aelari walls built onto precursor stone. It was not a proper choke point, but it was the best the temple gave us. The Marines still had only pistols, concealed carry rigs, knives, compact stun emitters, and the unpleasant confidence of people trained to make bad geometry fatal for someone else. Kimov waited. That was the hardest thing to watch. The Aelari came close enough that I could see the masks on 2 of them, not full priest masks like Kehlar wore. Smaller half-masks, road marks painted across the cheeks, eyes too wide with faith and fear. Kimov raised one hand. Chen fired first. A stun pulse caught the lead Aelari against his shield. The shield glowed and cracked. The man behind it dropped, twitching but alive. Rousseau moved from the side, kicked the second shield inward, and struck its bearer across the shoulder with the butt of his pistol hard enough to put him down without breaking the skull. The third Aelari panicked and thrust a spear through the gap. Kimov caught the shaft, twisted, and used the man's own momentum to pull him face first into the stone. Then the Kehlar charged. They did not roar. That made it worse. They came low and fast through the confusion, armored bodies using the Aelari probe as cover. One fired a short burst from a compact weapon that blew chips from the gate stone above Chen's head. The second drove straight for Rousseau with a blade designed for someone much larger than any Aelari. Everything became close. Close enough that pistols mattered again. Chen fired twice into the first Kehlar's leg joint. The armor took the first shot. The second found the flex seam. The Kehlar stumbled, recovered, and raised his weapon toward Chen. Kimov shot him through the side of the neck where the armor seal failed. No warning, no non-lethal attempt required. The Kehlar went down hard and did not get back up. Rousseau met the second with a stone column between them, which was the only reason he survived the first swing. The blade bit into old Aelari stone and stuck for half a second. Rousseau used that half-second to step inside, jam his pistol under the Kehlar's arm, and fire upward twice. The sound cracked against the walls. The Kehlar threw him backward. Rousseau hit the ground, rolled badly, and came up breathing like he had been punched by a shuttle. The Kehlar took one more step, then fell. The gate went still except for the injured Aelari crying in the dust and the echo of gunfire rolling through a sacred place. Kimov moved first. "Chen, check Russo. Captain, stay back." I obeyed because I was not stupid enough to argue with a Marine who had just killed a Kehlar at pistol range. Aelari's acolytes rushed in only after Kemov signaled. They dragged the stunned Aelari inside the gate and bound them according to temple custody law. Nara moved to Russo, already dropping to one knee beside him. "I'm fine," Russo said. "You are not," Nara said. "Mostly fine. You were thrown by a 7-foot armored wolf. Technically, he was falling when he did it. Do not make me sedate you for morale." Russo went quiet. Chen checked the fallen Kehlar from cover, then looked to Kemov and shook his head. 2 dead at the gate. No Marine fatalities. No clean outcome. Kemov stood in the narrow entrance, pistol still low in both hands, face unreadable. "They tested us," he said. "Yes, they know what the gate costs now. So do we." He glanced toward the outer terrace where Thrihiel's forces had withdrawn behind stone. "Yes, sir." The siege reset itself after that. That was the strange thing about violence in a place like the Hall. It did not end the argument, it punctuated it. 2 bodies lay outside the gate until Thrihiel's people pulled them back under cover with hooked lines and shields. The wounded Aelari prisoners sat bound near the inner terrace, watched by Aelari's oldest acolyte, and very carefully not looking at the Kehlar blood drying on the threshold. The Moon priesthood began a low chant, not triumph, not mourning exactly, something for boundaries, something for the dead who had crossed one. Then Kehlar stepped forward. He did not approach the gate. He was ambitious, not careless. He stood on the western ceremonial platform, high enough to see the inner terraces and far enough that our pistols were useless. 2 of his followers carried a curved stone frame between them. At first I thought it was a shield or ritual tablet. Then they set it upright, and I saw the hollow throat of it, a polished interior shaped like overlapping shells. Aelari's face tightened. "What is that?" I asked. "A speaking stone," she said. "Used for river festivals and high rites. A priest's voice may cross a valley with it." "Ceremonial amplification?" The translator gave no response because I had not spoken in Aelari. Kehlar stood before the stone frame and raised both hands. When he spoke, his voice rolled across the temple complex as if the mountain itself had lent him its lungs. "Children of road and root, watchers of moon, keepers of sun, hear the mask." The sound hit the terraces and came back in layers. It was not technology by human standards, not electronics, not power. Acoustic craft, ancient design, ceremonial engineering. The Aelari had built a culture out of things that looked simple until you needed them to matter. Kehlar made his voice matter. "The doors have opened because Valeth wills testing. The Sun Priests told you the day was complete. The Moon Priests told you the night held every memory. But what has been hidden? What has been forbidden? What truth has slept beneath Korath's bones while generations were told to kneel outside?" The acolytes around Aelari shifted, not toward him, but the words reached them. Kehlar knew exactly where to press. He pointed toward the central arch. "The heart is not silent. You heard it. You saw the light. The priests of old were given a chamber and made it a secret. They took a gift and called it danger. They took a path and made it waiting. Now the wolf-faced messenger has come from beyond the sky, and the mask asks what the sun and moon have feared to ask." Thrihiel stood behind him, half in shadow. Not speaking. He did not need to. Kehlar was doing the work for him. "The gods on the platform were not the end of truth," Kehlar cried. "They were proof that the old stories were incomplete. The sky holds more than we were told. The road extends farther than our feet were allowed to walk. The mask claims what the frightened priesthood suppressed." One of the captured trickster priests lifted his head. Aelari saw it. So did I. Kethris continued, voice rolling through stone, through fear, through every gap the truth had opened. Will you bind yourselves to silence because the Moon Priestess commands it? Will you let strangers from the sky stand within your most sacred chamber, while Aelari are told to wait outside? Will you kneel before false gods because they arrived with power in gentle hands? That one landed. I felt it, not because it was fair, because part of it was true. Nara was not a goddess. I was not a god. We had stood on Aelari's platform and allowed the Aelari to receive us as divine because every alternative seemed likely to break something faster. Kethris was not wrong to call that out. He was wrong about what to do with it. That distinction was difficult enough for humans with universities, parliaments, and centuries of arguments about consent. I doubted Bronze Age theology under siege would find it easier. Kimov's voice came over the local channel. He is shifting their morale. I know. Do you want him stopped? I looked at Kethris. He was too far for pistols. Stopping him meant orbital intervention, or risking a charge we would lose, or doing exactly what he wanted, using force against a priest speaking to priests. No. Understood. Aelari stepped forward. I turned toward her. She had removed her outer travel cloak. The crescent ash on her brow had faded, but not gone. Her staff was in her right hand. Her left rested briefly against the stone wall below the inner terrace, as if she were asking the temple whether it would hold her weight. Can that thing make your voice carry? I asked. She did not look at me. This temple has heard me for 40 years, she said. Then she climbed to the wall. Nara moved as if to stop her, then did not. Aelari stood above the inner terrace, small even by Aelari standards, facing Kethris, Thrihiel, Kehlar mercenaries, frightened acolytes, bound prisoners, and the open sky. Her voice, unamplified, should not have reached. But the temple was built for ritual. The walls carried her, not as loudly as Kethris's speaking stone, more clearly. Kethris of the Mask, she said, you speak of hidden truth as if truth belongs to the first hand that steals it. The complex quieted. Even Thrihiel watched. Aelari raised her staff. I have served the moon for 40 years. I have washed the dying. I have named children beneath First Crescent. I have carried grief from house to house until grief became prayer. I have stood outside the hall because my teacher stood outside, and her teacher before her, and because waiting is also a form of care. Kethris lifted his hands. Care becomes chains when fear. Be silent while I answer. The words cracked harder than gunfire. Kethris stopped. I had once seen an admiral silence a room of captains with less authority than Aelari put into that sentence. She turned slightly so her voice reached the inner terrace and the outer platform. You say the gods on my platform were false. Hear me then, they are not gods. The effect was physical. Acolytes gasped. One of the bound Aelari began to weep. Russo, from the gate, whispered, Oh, hell, Kimov said. Quiet. Aelari continued before shock could become collapse. The one you name Sun is a mortal captain from beyond the sky. The one you name Moon is a mortal healer from beyond the sky. They did not come because our songs commanded them. They did not come because our rites were complete. They came because another mortal from beyond the sky brought danger to our door. Across the terrace, Kethris stood motionless. Thrihiel's ears angled forward. I felt suddenly exposed. Not betrayed. Exposed. Aelari had not broken faith with us. She had chosen a higher one. The wolf-faced one beside Kethris is not Valeth returned, she said. He is no god. He is no holy test sent by the mask. He is a mortal with weapons, hunger, and knowledge he uses as a blade. Thrihiel's face did not change. That was worse. Aelari's voice strengthened. Truth has come to us in shapes our tradition could not prevent. That is my shame. It is also yours. It is the shame of all priesthoods who believed memory was the same as mastery. Kethris found his voice. Then you admit the old ways failed. I admit the old ways were incomplete. His followers shifted. That difference mattered. Incomplete was not false. Incomplete could still be loved. Aelari pointed her staff toward him. You would answer incompletion with surrender. You would place the hall in the hands of a stranger because he flatters your god. You would call theft revelation because it lets you stand above those who once stood above you. A murmur moved through Kethris's Aelari followers. Some anger, some doubt. Good. Doubt was room. Aelari's voice dropped, and somehow the temple carried it farther. The gods are not who we claimed. The stranger beside you is not who you claim. The question before us is not whether the old stories were perfect. They were not. The question is what mortals do when the gods are not who they claimed. No one spoke. Even the jungle seemed to hold still. Aelari turned toward the central arch. The moon did not open the hall for pride. The heart asked a question, and no answer was given. That, too, is wisdom. Not every door must be opened because a hand can reach it. Joseph, she did not know his name. Not fully. Not truly, but she had understood the refusal. I swallowed. Kethris's fingers tightened around his staff. You choose silence. I choose care. You choose fear. I choose not to hand my people to the first creature who promises forbidden fire. That one hit his followers harder than it hit him. One of the masked Aelari behind Kethris lowered his blade, just slightly. Another looked toward Thrihiel. Thrihiel noticed. Of course he noticed. His hand moved in a small signal to one of the Kehlar. Kemov saw that too. Captain, he said quietly, religious debate may become another probe. Ready. Always. Kethris raised his voice again through the speaking stone, but something had changed. The certainty remained. The spell did not. You would keep them kneeling outside the hall. I would keep them alive long enough to decide what the hall means, Aelari answered. You would deny Valeth's road. I would deny your road the right to call itself Valeth. The first arrow after that came from Kethris's side. It struck the wall below Aelari and snapped. Kemov barked. Down! Aelari did not move until Nara reached her and pulled her from the wall. The debate became motion. Aelari on Kethris's side shouted. Some advanced, some held back. One threw down his blade and ran toward the outer trees, only to be shoved aside by a Kehlar who no longer cared about persuasion. At the main gate, Chen fired stun pulses into the first two Aelari who tried to rush through. Russo tackled a third. Kemov shot the stone in front of a Kehlar's foot to force him back into cover, conserving lethal fire because every bullet now mattered. Arrows hissed over the terraces. Acolytes shouted warnings from the upper positions. Aelari's priests answered with chants and staffs and bodies placed across inner thresholds because theology had become a battlefield, and they had chosen their side. I crouched behind the inner wall with Nara and Aelari as another arrow skipped overhead. Are you hurt? Nara asked her. Aelari shook her head. Her face was pale. Her eyes were steady. No, she said. Now they know. Outside, Kethris's amplified voice rose again, trying to reclaim the shape of the story. Inside, Aelari's acolytes took up her last words and repeated them low. Choose care. Choose care. Choose care. The siege had become something stranger than a military problem. It was arrows and pistols, stone and blood, masks and moon prayers. A religious debate fought partly with weapons and partly with theology, while an ancient machine slept behind us and waited to see what mortals would do with the truth. 62. Rolkson decides. Volkson sat alone in a room that had been designed by humans who believed quiet could be manufactured. They had tried. The walls absorbed sound. The glass dimmed on command. The ventilation system was subtle enough that most humans did not notice it. The work surface adjusted to children height, and the chair had been modified after his second complaint rather than his first, which he still considered a triumph of persistence over bureaucracy. But the room was not quiet, not to him. Houston carried itself through walls, footsteps in corridors, pressure changes in lifts, distant traffic moving through the Navy complex. Human voices filtered by architecture and distance into the dull, warm murmur of a species that used more volume than necessary and often confused motion with progress. The room was quiet only in the way a sealed container was quiet. Inside Volkson, everything moved. He had dismissed his aides 2 hours before, not because he had no work for them. There was always work. There were reports to review, diplomatic summaries to annotate, children government channels to answer with the correct degree of caution, and coalition requests to redirect without appearing to redirect them. He had dismissed them because the decision was his, and because he had known, even before forming the thought fully, that he would not want witnesses. The Aelari Prime map occupied the central display. 11 points. 2 active enough to matter. 1 refused, 9 waiting. Joseph Thompson's refusal had altered Volkson's understanding of the boy more than the Eden activation itself had. Activation could have been accident, biology, inheritance, reflex. Refusal was judgment. That made Joseph more dangerous, not to Volkson. To institutions. Institutions preferred keys that did not decide whether locks should remain closed. Volkson rubbed one hand slowly along the side of his snout, whiskers twitching despite his effort to still them. The motion had irritated one human admiral during an early liaison meeting, until Volkson learned that human facial expressions could be used offensively by doing nothing at all. Since then, he had allowed himself the gesture only in private. The cipher map implied more than a network. It implied heritage, not ownership. Ownership was the simplistic frame, the one governments reached for when they were afraid and lawyers were nearby. Heritage was older, harder, and less convenient. The precursor sites did not belong to children's, humans, Lenians, Kehlar, or the Aelari. But each species had been touched by decisions made before any current government existed. Removed, preserved, observed, seeded, hidden, warned. The question was no longer whether the past had been interfered with. The question was who would weaponize the truth first. Thrihiel had already answered. The children government had not. That did not mean it had chosen virtue. Children's preferred caution because caution often resembled wisdom and produced fewer public apologies. Their intelligence apparatus had collected more about Thrihiel than they had shared. Not enough to stop him cleanly. Not enough to predict every move, but enough to improve the odds if delivered to the right commander at the right time. Those files sat in Volkson's private diplomatic intelligence buffer. He had received them through channels technically available to him as senior children liaison. Technically, he could report them to his government and request authorization to share operational excerpts with Coalition Command. Technically, he could send a limited advisory through formal Concord liaison channels and allow the delay to preserve institutional dignity. Technically, he could do many things that would result in Captain Hansen receiving the information too late. Volkson looked at the second display. Aelari Prime. Temple Siege. Hansen inside the complex. Himura and Solari near the artifact chamber. Thrihiel outside with Kethris and Kehlar mercenaries. Kimov holding gates with 3 Marines and pistols. Pistols. That detail offended Volkson tactically. It also clarified the problem. Thrihiel would not wait indefinitely. The loss of his hauler changed his risk model. The artifact's unanswered request changed it again. Thrihiel's window for using theology as force multiplier was narrowing. A rational commander would convert uncertainty into violence before uncertainty spread. Thrihiel was not fully rational. That made him predictable in different ways. Volkson opened the Children Intelligence file. The header was written in his own language first, then Coalition standard beneath it. Thrihiel patterned study field actions and irregular proxy operations. The file had been compiled from years of incidents no one had wanted to connect to publicly. Border raids, mercenary actions, denied logistics strikes, temple provocations among minor client cultures, a failed kidnapping of a Lenian mediator, a successful extraction of an artifact broker whose testimony had vanished with him. Thrihiel preferred symbolic timing. That was in the first summary. He attacked after an opponent publicly committed to a position, but before that commitment hardened into stable morale. He tested with proxies, watched reactions, then struck from a flank his opponent had protected symbolically rather than tactically. He liked Western approaches when opposing cultures associated East with legitimacy. He committed reserves after a defender's second successful repulse, not the first. The first told him where strength was. The second told him where pride would keep defenders fixed. He used subordinate ideological leaders until their usefulness began to decay, then forced a crisis that made retreat look like betrayal. Volkson read the lines again. The temple complex at Aelari Prime had an east-facing pilgrim approach, western terraces, a lower drainage route, and a probable service corridor beneath the outer structure. Kethris's speech had been answered publicly by Aelari. His followers had wavered. Thrihiel would not allow that wavering to mature. Second repulse, flank, commit reserve. The next phase would not be a probe. Volkson leaned back. His government would want this used carefully. It would want leverage preserved. It would want to know what Hansen and the Coalition were willing to trade for children's certainty. It would want, above all, not to be blamed if the intelligence proved incomplete. Those were not foolish concerns. That made them harder to reject. He opened a secure children transmission template and filled in the first line, then stopped. The cursor waited, a tiny mark of expectation. Volkson disliked expectation. It implied the universe believed it was owed something. He closed the template. For several seconds his hands rested on the work surface. 2 hands. Small by human measure. Capable enough. Old enough to have signed too many cautious reports. He thought of Joseph in the corridor after the Houston attack, trying not to look shaken because children often believed adults needed their composure more than they needed the truth. He thought of Archuleta placing himself between Joseph and institutional hunger with the tired certainty of a man who understood exactly how systems justified themselves. He thought of Fevai, too sharp to be sentimental and too honest to be safe in every room. He thought of Hansen. The first human warden had an irritating habit of turning impossible situations into moral tests for everyone nearby. Not because Hansen intended it. Intentional moral performance was usually easier to dismiss. Hansen simply acted as though choices remained choices even when doctrine, fear, and necessity tried to disguise them as inevitabilities. That was inconvenient. Volkson respected inconvenience when it was properly placed. He opened a different channel, not children government, not Coalition Ordinary Command, Concord Warden protocols, private. Ultra-high-speed courier drone, encrypted point-to-point. Houston launched to Aelari Prime, priority burn. Stealth profile. Receiver authorization keyed to Singapore, and Captain Peter Hansen, with secondary unlocked to Commander Claudia Hernandez if Hansen was unreachable. The courier would be expensive, politically awkward if noticed, and difficult to explain if anyone later decided explanation mattered. Good. Some decisions deserved cost. He began composing. Not a report. A weapon made of pattern. He stripped out children's source identities, collection methods too sensitive to expose, and references that would trigger 3 diplomatic crises before breakfast. He preserved the parts that mattered. Thrihiel's preferred attack timing after public ideological contestation. His tendency to allow proxy morale to destabilize, then use a violent escalation to bind wavering followers through shared risk. His use of technical teams to identify structural service routes, while visible forces fixed defenders at ceremonial entrances. His preference for committing Kehlar reserves at what appeared to be a defended weak point only after identifying a defender's command response pattern. His history of feinting at main gates while sending the decisive force through drainage, maintenance, or under terrace passages. His reluctance to withdraw once a symbolic claim had been spoken publicly. His dangerous acceleration after loss of extraction. Vrolksen added a tactical estimate. If Thrihiel has lost confidence in Kethris's ability to hold Aelari followers, expect forced escalation within 1 local day. Most probable decisive move, feint at main gate, or visible western terrace, simultaneous exploitation of lower service route, or drainage-adjacent approach. Reserve commitment likely after defenders expose a response pattern to first wave. Recommend Kemov preserve mobile counterforce. Avoid fixing all marine assets at symbolic gate. Use Aelari observers to monitor under-terrace movement. Prepare non-lethal measures for Kethris followers and lethal response for Kehlar breach unit. He paused, then added 1 sentence. Thrihiel is most dangerous when he believes truth has given him permission. Vrolksen stared at that line. It was not strictly intelligence. He left it. The encryption package sealed with a soft tone. The courier authorization requested final confirmation. Vrolksen did not give it immediately. Instead, he turned toward the dark glass. His reflection looked back, small, furred, aging by children's standards. Whiskers silvering at the roots, eyes too large in a face humans still sometimes called unreadable because they had not done the work. He could still choose caution. He could still save the file and route it through channels. He could tell himself that governments existed because individuals should not decide matters of interstellar consequence in quiet rooms at night. He could remind himself that children interests were not immoral because they were children, and coalition interests were not noble because humans attached larger flags to them. All true. Insufficient. There were Aelari priests in a mountain temple defending a truth they could not fully understand from a man who wanted to exploit it. There was a human doctor standing where a goddess was expected to stand. There was a captain who had repeatedly chosen restraint when leverage would have been easier. There was a 14-year-old boy who had heard an ancient machine ask to open and said no. Vrolksen's loyalty calculations had been changing for weeks. He had not articulated them, not even to himself. They included children interests, yes. They also included the survival of the conquered as something more than a convenience arrangement among frightened species. They included Joseph. They included the possibility that Hansen's version of Warden authority, improvised and infuriating, might be closer to what the role required than anything the signatories had written. They included guilt. He did not like that one. It remained. Children institutional caution had preserved many things. It had also hidden many things. Thrihiel had made an argument out of that hiding. Aelari had named incompletion without surrendering to theft. Joseph had refused the door. Now Volkson had to decide whether caution was still wisdom, or merely fear wearing official language. He placed one hand over the authorization mark. "Send," he said. The system accepted his voice print, biometric confirmation, and private Warden channel seal. The courier drone launched 9 minutes later from a secure Houston military spindle under routine traffic cover. Small, dark, and obscenely fast, it burned hard through Earth's orbital lanes, cut toward the outer transfer corridor, and disappeared into FTL with a packet of intelligence children institutions had not authorized him to share. Once it was gone, the room became quieter. Not truly quiet. Never that. But emptier. Volkson closed the transmission record and opened a private log. He should document the decision. He should justify it. He should create enough language that, when questioned, he could defend the act as operational necessity, liaison discretion, protection of Concord stability, preservation of Aelari noncombatants, and mitigation of precursor site exploitation. All of those would be true. None would be complete. He left the log blank. After a while, he wrote only one line. I chose before permission could make the choice smaller. He saved it under personal seal. Then he sat in the manufactured quiet of the human room and waited for consequences. Somewhere beyond the light delay, beyond diplomacy, beyond the cautious machinery of governments protecting themselves from blame, a courier was racing toward Singapore. If it arrived in time, Kemov would know where to look when Thrihiel came. If it did not, Volkson would have betrayed caution for nothing. He suspected that was not true. Some choices mattered even when they failed. He disliked that thought. It sounded human. 63 before dawn. The 21st day began before sunrise, which was rude but tactically unsurprising. Nothing good happens before dawn in a siege unless someone is baking bread, and no one was baking bread. The night had held. That was the first miracle, if we were still using that word. Thrihiel's forces had probed twice after Solari's answer to Kethris, and twice pulled back when Kemov punished the approach without giving them the breach they wanted. The Moon Priesthood held the inner terraces. The Marines held the practical approaches. The Aelari aligned with Kethris had begun to look less like believers rushing toward revelation, and more like men who had realized revelation involved sleeping on stone, rationing water, and standing too close to Kehlar mercenaries. Faith was durable. Logistics was meaner. Thrihiel was running low on supplies. We knew that from observation, from Bassie's orbital scans, and from the old military truth that people who stop making fires are either disciplined or desperate. Thrihiel's group had become both. That made them dangerous. Desperate people retreated. Fanatics escalated. Thrihiel had too much pride to retreat, and too much intelligence to let Kethris's wavering followers decide the pace. So he would come before dawn. We just did not know where. Then Volkson's courier arrived. The message came through Singapore in a tight, compressed packet at the worst possible hour for sleep and the best possible hour for survival. Hernandez pushed it down to my field unit as soon as Bassie and Gomez verified the Warden channel seal. Private Children Intelligence, Tactical Pattern Study. Thrihiel. I read the summary once. Then I handed it to Kemov. He read faster than I did and disliked it more efficiently. Western feint, he said. Probable. Decisive approach through lower service route or under terrace corridor. Probable. He commits reserves after the second defended response. Also probable. Kemov stared at the map Bassie had sent from orbit, overlaying Volkson's warning with the temple geometry. Then he looked up. Children's have been holding this? Yes. His face did not change. That was how I knew he was angry. Useful time to become generous, he said. Take the win. I am taking the win. I am also cataloging. Very marine of you. Yes, sir. We woke everyone quietly. The temple complex had settled into that strange, exhausted stillness that came after fear stopped being an event and became the weather. Acolytes rose from stone floors, wrapped cloth tighter around their shoulders, and picked up staffs with hands that had stopped shaking sometime during the night. The captured trickster priests sat bound near the inner wall, watching us with the haunted attention of men who knew the story had moved past them. Nara was inside the Hall of the Moon's Heart with Aelari. That had not been the original plan. The original plan had been for them to rest outside the chamber after the artifact returned to dormancy. The original plan, like most original plans, had met reality and decided to become a historical artifact. Aelari believed the hall should not be left alone after it had asked its question. Nara believed the artifact's state needed observation. I believed both of them were correct and hated the conclusion. So Nara and Aelari remained inside, near the artifact, with one acolyte at the threshold and a comm relay placed where the precursor stone did not completely eat the signal. The artifact slept. Dormant, Bassi said. Responsive but dormant. I was learning to hate the phrase responsive but dormant. It sounded like a predator pretending to nap. Aelari emerged briefly before the final preparations. She carried a ring of old keys at her belt. Not symbolic keys. Real ones. Bronze, darkened with age, each marked with a crescent and root pattern. She moved to a side chamber built into the inner terrace wall, spoke 3 ritual phrases, and unlocked a stone door that looked like it had not been opened since human beings were still arguing about whether powered flight was possible. Inside was the temple armory. The moon priesthood acolytes went silent. The weapons were bladed staffs. At first glance they looked ceremonial because every surface had been carved, wrapped, polished, and preserved with reverent care. Then Kimov stepped closer, looked at the edges, and gave the smallest approving nod. Not ceremonial. Ceremony had grown around them. The staffs were older than the Aelari buildings around the precursor structure. Older, Aelari said, than the current priestly line could count cleanly. The blades were dark metal or stone that was not stone, crescent-curved and leaf-thin, mounted to shafts reinforced with bands that showed no corrosion. The Aelari had kept them for generations through inherited custodianship, not because they expected to fight a war in the hall, but because some memory had told them a sacred place should never be left with only words. I respected that memory. Aelari lifted the first staff and gave it to her oldest acolyte. The moon does not hunger for blood, she said, but the night shelters the living. One by one she armed them. No cheering, no dramatic oaths, just hands closing around inherited duty. Kimov watched the distribution, then adjusted his plan. Russo took the eastern approach with 2 acolytes who knew the stair shadows and could warn him before anyone came into pistol range. Chen took the southern approach with Kimov, where Bassi's scan suggested the under-terrace route could open behind what had looked like solid ceremonial stone. That was where Volkson's intelligence mattered most. I took the inner door of the temple complex. Not the hall threshold itself. The inner door. The last controlled passage between Thrihiel and the chamber where Nara, Aelari, and the artifact waited. It was not a tactically brilliant use of a ship captain. It was, however, the place I belonged. Before I settled there, I called Singapore. The signal came cleaner now that Hernandez had brought the ship lower. Too clean, almost. The voice in my ear felt close enough to touch, and that made the distance more irritating. Hernandez, I said. Captain, I need something stupid. A pause. Define category. Symbolic, dangerous, and probably reportable. That is broad. I want Singapore closer to the hall. Not an orbital pass. I want her overhead, hovering if Bishop can manage it. Another pause. Longer. On the other end, I imagined Hernandez standing on the bridge, weighing fuel, stealth, doctrine, contamination, line of sight, threat posture, and whether I had lost my mind. "Captain," she said carefully, "that will make the ship visible to everyone in the complex." "Only the complex?" "If Bishop keeps the approach tight and uses the mountain shadow, yes. Avenel and other population centers should not have line of sight. The Temple Valley will." "Do it. Purpose?" I looked toward the outer terraces, where Thrihiel waited in darkness with Kethris and whatever remained of their certainty. "Sunrise?" Hernandez did not answer immediately. Good officer. She was letting me explain or giving me time to reconsider. I did neither. "Aelari already came clean," I said. "She told them Nara and I are mortal. She told them Thrihiel isn't Valeth. Kethris is still trying to make theology out of confusion. I'm going to make him do it under a ship from the sky." That sounds like escalation. It is. Controlled? I'm making an effort. That is not the same thing. No. The silence stretched. Then Hernandez said, "Bishop can bring us in over the western ridge. Low visible hover above the hall, minimal emissions. It will be obvious to the temple complex and difficult to see beyond the immediate valley." "Good. Captain, once Singapore is seen overhead, there is no putting that image back into their culture." "I know." "Do you?" The question was quiet. It deserved an honest answer. "No, not fully. But Thrihiel is using hidden truth as a weapon. Kethris is using incomplete truth as authority. I need everyone in that complex to understand the same fact at the same time. None of us are gods. Not me, not Nara, not Thrihiel, not the ship. Mortal choices, mortal consequences. And Singapore hovering overhead is how you communicate mortality. Humanity has always had a weakness for visual aids." I heard her exhale, not quite a laugh, not quite despair. "Bishop is plotting it now," Hernandez said. "We will hold as long as tactically safe." "Thank you. Captain?" "Yes. Please make this work." That was my plan, I assumed. The channel closed. I returned to the inner door. The pre-dawn air was still. That was the part I remember most. Not the fear, not the alien temple, not the fact that my ship was about to descend over a Bronze Age sacred complex like the world's least subtle PowerPoint slide. The stillness. The jungle below the terraces held its breath. No insects or whatever Aelari Prime used to fill that ecological role sang in the brush. The stone kept the nights chill. The one moon had dipped lower toward the ridgeline, leaving the temple half in silver and half in shadow. The hall behind me pulsed faintly through the threshold, not with light but with presence. Kemov's voice came softly over comm. "Southern approach set. Chen and I are in position. 2 acolytes watching the lower service seam." "Russo?" "Eastern approach set," Russo whispered. My 2 locals look more intense than me, which I did not appreciate at first, but now respect. "Keep them alive." "Yes, sir." "Himura," I said. Her voice came back from inside the hall, faint but steady. "I'm here. Status?" "Artifact dormant. Aelari is praying and pretending it is not tactical preparation." Aelari's voice came through the background. "I hear you, lady." Nara paused. "She hears me. I gathered. Peter." The use of my first name landed harder because everyone could hear it if the local channel was open. She did not care. That meant I was allowed not to either. "Yeah. Don't get theatrical and killed. I can promise only one of those. Choose carefully." "I'm trying." The first tremor of drive pressure moved through the air before we saw the ship. It was subtle. A change in the stillness. A pressure behind the ears. The kind of wrongness a body recognized before the mind found category. Then the sky above the western ridge darkened. A shape moved between the stars. Singapore came over the mountain like a blade of night with running lights dimmed to embers, and her hull catching the last silver of the moon. She was not large by naval standards. A frigate. 130 meters of human arrogance, stolen physics, hard lessons, and people I trusted more than doctrine. From the temple she looked enormous. She slowed above the hall of the moon's heart and held there, low enough that the air trembled against the stone. Every Aelari in the complex saw her. Kethras's followers, Solari's acolytes, the bound prisoners, Thrihiel's Aelari converts, maybe even Thrihiel, if he had enough poetry left in him to look up before ordering people to die. I stepped into the inner doorway, where the first light of morning had not yet reached. The ship hovered overhead. Not a god, a ship, built by mortals, crewed by mortals, commanded, at the moment, by a woman making a choice she would have to defend for the rest of her career. Behind me, in the hall, Nara and Solari stood with an ancient artifact that wanted answers. Ahead of me, Thrihiel prepared to attack because truth had not given him what he wanted. The air remained still. Dawn waited below the horizon. And for one breath before violence returned, every living soul at the Hall of the Moon's heart looked up. 64. Coming clean. There are moments in command when every regulation, doctrine memo, training simulation, and historical case study politely steps aside and leaves you alone with the stupid thing you are about to do. This was one of those moments. I stood at the inner entrance of the Hall of the Moon's heart with an alien temple behind me, a hovering human coalition frigate above me, a rogue Kehlar in front of me, and several hundred years of future anthropological outrage waiting somewhere beyond the horizon. The pre-dawn air trembled under Singapore's drive field. Not violently. Bishop was too good for that. The ship held above the temple complex like a dark blade suspended in the paling sky, close enough that every Aelari in the terraces could see its shape. Not a moving star this time. Not an omen glimpsed over a village roof. A ship, a thing built, a thing crewed, a thing that had engines, decks, systems, leaks, a galley, a cranky chief engineer, and a captain who was running out of elegant options. Kethras's followers had stopped moving. That was the first useful result. The Aelari on Thrihiel's side had been advancing behind the Kehlar, some with blades, some with staffs, some with masks that no longer hid the fact that they were terrified. When Singapore crossed the ridge and settled over the hall, they froze as if the sky had put a hand on their shoulders. The Kehlar did not freeze. That was the problem with professional mercenaries. All was not in the contract. They kept advancing through the outer approach, slower now, using broken stone and old ceremonial walls for cover. Thrihiel stood behind them, watching me with the expression of a predator who had just realized the prey intended to speak before dying. Kemov's voice came through my earpiece. "Captain, Kehlar still moving. Aelari advance stalled." "Good. Good is relative. I know. We are set." Russo held the eastern approach with 2 Moon Priesthood acolytes beside him, both carrying bladed staffs older than their own civilization's records. Chen held the southern approach with Kemov, positioned exactly where Volkson's intelligence said Thrihiel would try to turn the defense. Nara and Solari were inside the hall with the artifact, though Solari had come far enough forward to hear what was about to happen. I wished she had stayed deeper inside. I also understood why she had not. This was her people. This was her truth now, too. I stepped forward onto the central terrace, visible to everyone, not safe. Visible. Kemov made a sound over comm that was not quite a word. I ignored it. The temple carried voices strangely. Kethris had used his speaking stone the day before. I had no such stone. I had a translator, a ship overhead, a terrified audience, and the ancient advantage of standing where people were already looking. I raised both hands, not in blessing, in surrender to fact. "I am Peter Hansen," I said. The translator took my words and gave them to the Aelari in their own language. The first time it rendered my name, it stumbled. Names did that. Then the sound settled across the terrace. "I am mortal." The words moved through the complex like a wind without air. Aelari whispered. Someone sobbed. One of Kethris's masked followers lowered his blade by an inch. Not enough to call surrender. Enough to call doubt. I pointed up. "That is my ship. It is called Singapore. I am its captain." Every face lifted again. The ship hovered above us, impossibly still against the brightening edge of the sky. It is not a palace of the gods. It is not the body of the sun. It is not the house of the moon. It is a vessel, a craft, a machine built by mortal hands and maintained by mortal hands. My voice stayed steady. I was grateful. My crew serves aboard it. Some are warriors. Some are healers. Some are engineers. Some study stars, worlds, stone, language, and life. Some cook meals because even people who cross the sky must eat. We work together because no one crosses the sky alone. The translator carried that. Not perfectly, but well enough. I pointed toward the 3 Marines at their positions. "The men you called honor guards are not honor guards. They are Marines, warriors under my command. They have protected us because that is their duty. They are mortal too. Brave, skilled, irritating when they want to be, and mortal." Russo's voice came faintly over calm. "I accept irritating as praise." Kimov said, "Quiet." I continued before my composure decided to notice that my Marines were providing commentary during the death of an alien theology. "The woman you call Selunara is Dr. Nara Himura. She is a healer, a physician. She is not the Moon Mother." I felt Nara behind me more than I heard her. "I'm not truly married to her by a wedding ceremony." That line produced confusion first. Then the translator adjusted. I continued carefully. "But we are bound by choice. We are in a committed relationship, as 2 mortals may be when they love each other and choose one another. Your stories saw something real. They named it wrong." That hurt more than I expected, not because it was false, because it was true. The Aelari had been wrong about us. They had also seen us. I pointed upward again, past Singapore, toward the paling sky where the last stars were still visible above the western ridge. I found Sol by memory and by the faint assistance of my field display, though from Aelari Prime it was only one distant point among countless others. "There," I said. "Far beyond this world, beyond your moon, beyond the wandering lights you know, there is a star called Sol. It is a sun, one among many suns. From this distance it looks small. All stars are suns seen from very far away." The temple went still in a new way. Even some of the Kehlar slowed. Good. Science could be a kind of shock, if delivered at the right theological altitude. "My crew and I come from a world that orbits Sol. That world is called Earth." The translator rendered Earth as soil world at first, then adjusted to a proper name. "Once, long ago, my people were like you. We did not understand how to leave our world. We did not understand how to cross the space between planets. We looked up and made stories. Some were beautiful. Some were wrong. Some helped us survive until we learned more." I turned slightly so both Solari's people and Kethris's followers could hear. "Crossing the sky is not divine power. It is skill. It is knowledge. It is work passed from one generation to the next. It took us a very long time. It took mistakes. It took courage. It took luck. It took surviving long enough as a species to learn what the stars were and how to reach them. The first edge of dawn touched the mountain behind Singapore. The timing was either luck or Bishop being Bishop. I chose not to ask. The ship's hull caught a thin line of gold. The Aelari saw it. Of course they saw it. The dark ship became edged in sunrise. "I hope," I said, "that someday, after many generations, after thousands of your years, your people may learn those skills too. Not because gods hand them down, not because strangers steal your choices, but because you grow, learn, argue, fail, build, and survive long enough to reach the sky yourselves." Something shifted among the Aelari, not surrender, not understanding. Those were too simple. It was the first step of a people discovering that wonder did not have to vanish when divinity did. That mattered. I lifted my right hand towards Singapore. "Hernandez," I said over comm. "Climb back to previous support position." Hernandez answered immediately. "Understood." The ship began to rise, slowly, deliberately. Bishop made it beautiful because she could not help herself. Singapore climbed into the brightening sky, leaving the hull beneath her, moving from immediate presence back toward distance. The Aelari watched the ship ascend. Some knelt, some stood, some cried, some simply stared, which I respected most of all. The Aelari on Kethris's side stopped their advance completely. Blades lowered, masks tilted upward. One of them dropped to his knees, not before me, but beneath the impossible new category the morning had given him. The Kehlar did not stop. Two kept moving through the lower approach, using the frozen Aelari as accidental cover. Another shifted toward the southern stonework. Kemov's voice sharpened. Kehlar still advancing, Aelari disengaging. "Hold them if they cross." "Yes, sir." I looked across the terrace to Thrihiel. Now it was his turn. He stood with Kethris near the western platform. Kethris's mask faced the rising ship, his posture no longer triumphant. The speaking stone stood beside him, unused. His theology had not died, but it had lost the clean lines he wanted. Thrihiel's face remained controlled. That control cost him something. "Good." I raised my voice. "Thrihiel." He looked at me. No translator delay that time. His own device caught the name and returned mine with a low growl at the edges. "Captain Hansen, I have come clean to them." The phrase did not translate perfectly. The Aelari version came out closer to, "I have washed the hidden thing in public water." Good enough. They know what I am. They know what my ship is. They know Nara is mortal. They know my Marines are warriors, not sacred guards. They know my people came from a world under another sun. I took one step forward, not far enough to make Kemov shoot me himself. Far enough. "Now you," Thrihiel said nothing. The Aelari between us looked from him to me. Kethris turned his masked face slowly toward the Kehlar. "You came to this world wearing their stories," I said. "You let Kethris call you a messenger of Valith. You let frightened people believe a god had returned because it gave you leverage. You accuse Concord and Coalition of hiding truth. Fine. Tell the truth now." Thrihiel's ears shifted back. I had seen that before. Anger. "Tell them you are mortal," I said. "Tell them you came in a ship. Tell them you raided Kestrel. Tell them you came for the machine in the mountain, not for their liberation. Tell them you used their faith because their faith was useful to you." The first Kehlar reached the edge of Chen's approach. Kemov waited. The Aelari did not move with them. That was the difference. Thrihiel's theology was losing infantry. Kethris stepped toward Thrihiel. "Not much. Enough." "Is this true?" Kethris asked. His voice was amplified only by fear now. Thrihiel looked at him, and for 1 second I saw the calculation. Lie, and the lie might not hold. Admit too much, and the followers might break, attack, and the question would be buried under bodies. Thrihiel chose the third. Of course he did. He made a sharp gesture. The Kehlar surged. Kemov fired first at the southern approach. Rousseau shouted from the east. Acolytes raised ancient bladed staffs that had waited longer than any of us could comprehend for the morning they would be needed. Kethrus's followers did not charge. That was the victory inside the failure. The Aelari held. The Kehlar came on alone. I drew my pistol at the inner door of the Hall of the Moon's Heart and watched Thrihiel's last theology become what it had always been beneath the mask. Force. 65 the assault. Singapore climbed away and left us with the truth. That was the problem with dramatic gestures. Once the sky stopped helping you, gravity returned the conversation to stone, blood, and men with blades. The ship rose above the Hall of the Moon's Heart, caught the first gold of sunrise along her hull, and disappeared over the western ridge towards safer altitude. Every Aelari in the complex watched her go. Solari's acolytes, Kethrus's followers, the prisoners, the wounded, the men who had been ready to kill us because theology had given them permission. And then they stopped being ready, not all at once, not cleanly, but along 3 approach vectors, exactly where Volkson's intelligence said Thrihiel would push them. The Aelari lowered their weapons. At the eastern approach, a half-masked road follower stared at Rousseau, then at the sky, then dropped his spear. At the southern service seam, 2 of Kethrus's men backed away from the stonework with their hands open. Near the main gate, an entire cluster of trickster clergy froze between doctrine and survival, then stepped aside as if the path beneath their feet had become too holy to stain. That was the good news. The Kehlar came through them. That was the bad news. Thrihiel's gesture had been small, a sharp motion of one hand, claws closing once in the air. The theology ended. The assault began. Kemov's voice cut across the local channel. Contact, main gate, southern seam, eastern stair, Aelari disengaging. Kehlar advancing. Hold inner lines, I said. I had my pistol drawn. It felt too small in my hand. I had fired weapons before. I had trained. I had qualified. I had fought since Eden, yes, but that had mostly been command decisions, ship actions, orders transmitted through crews and systems. Even at Eden, the moral weight had arrived wrapped in chaos and survival, hidden behind the scale of events. This was different. This was a temple gate at dawn. Stone close enough to touch. People visible, combatants with faces. Concord Warden authority did not make a pistol heavier. It made the hand holding it responsible. The first Kehlar hit the main gate behind an Aelari shield he had picked up from someone who no longer wished to die for him. He used it badly, but effectively enough to close distance. Kemov had prepared for that. The gate was not held from the opening itself. Kemov had turned the entry into overlapping angles, forcing anyone through the gap to choose between exposing flank, knees, or weapon arm. Chen had laughed once when Kemov described it as ugly geometry. It was ugly. It worked. The Kehlar came through low. Kemov fired once at the stone beside him, forcing a flinch. Chen fired into the lower armor seam. The shot sparked and failed to penetrate, but it changed the Kehlar's step. That gave me the angle. I fired. The pistol cracked in my hand. The round struck the Kehlar high in the shoulder, where armor overlapped badly after the charge. He stumbled, snarled, and swung his weapon toward me. Kemov shot him twice in the throat seal. The Kehlar fell into the gate, blocking half the entry with his body. No triumph, no clean feeling, just a living thing becoming weight. "Main one down," Kemov said. Another Kehlar tried to use the body as cover. Chen fired a stun pulse past him at an Aelari still too close to the line of fire. The Aelari dropped safely out of the way. The Kehlar behind him raised a compact weapon. I fired again. Missed. Stone exploded near his head from Kemov's next shot. The Kehlar ducked. A moon priesthood acolyte above the gate thrust one of the ancient bladed staffs down through the narrow gap between stones. The blade bit into the Kehlar's forearm seam with a sound like metal tearing heavy cloth. The Kehlar roared. The acolyte nearly lost the staff. Kemov stepped in and ended it with a shot under the jaw. Second Kehlar dead at the gate. The acolyte stared down at his own weapon as if it had betrayed him by working. "Stay up!" I shouted. "Watch the approach!" He flinched, then nodded. The temple had armed its priesthood with old ceremonial weapons, and the joke was on all of us. They were not symbolic. They were perfectly suited to corridors built for them. The bladed staffs had reach in spaces where a Kehlar's size became liability. Their crescent edges could hook limbs, catch armor seams, and turn mass against itself. The Aelari who held them were not soldiers, but they knew the rhythm of ritual movement, the foot placements of temple processions, the turning forms used in ceremonial dances that had apparently been designed by ancestors who understood that memory could hide combat inside worship. I had seen worse ideas in formal doctrine. The southern approach erupted next. Bassie's scan and Volkson's warning had been right. A concealed under-terrace route opened behind what looked like solid ceremonial stone. Thrihiel had found it, or Kethris had known it, or both. Chen and Kemov were already there. Two Kehlar tried to force through with one of Thrihiel's technical fighters behind them carrying cutting gear. The passage narrowed too quickly for them to use rifles effectively. Kemov let the lead Kehlar commit his shoulders, then ordered the acolytes above to drop a stone bar that had been part of the temple's old night seal system. It crashed down behind the first Kehlar and trapped him half in, half out. The creature fought like a thing made of muscle and hate. Chen shot him through the eye. I saw it on the feed from Chen's chest pickup for half a second before the image jolted away. Then I wished I had not. Third Kehlar dead. The technical fighter behind him screamed something the translator did not bother rendering cleanly. He tried to retreat and collided with another Kehlar pushing forward. Kemov's voice stayed cold. Southern blocked, holding. At the eastern approach, Russo was laughing. That should have reassured me. It did not. Russo laughed when he was angry, frightened, or about to do something medically inconvenient. "Little busy over here," he said over calm. His two acolytes held the upper stair beside him, bladed staffs crossing and uncrossing in quick, practiced arcs. The Kehlar at the eastern stair had lost Aelari support completely. That should have slowed him. It made him simpler. He charged. Russo fired twice, both shots hitting chest armor. The Kehlar kept coming. One acolyte hooked the attacker's leg with a crescent blade, turning the charge enough that Russo avoided being crushed outright. The second acolyte struck for the arm seam but overextended. The Kehlar backhanded him into the wall. I heard the impact through the open channel. The acolyte did not get up. Russo drove in because the other option was letting the Kehlar finish him. He put his pistol against the exposed side plate and fired. The Kehlar staggered but did not fall. Then the combat blade came down. Russo twisted. Not enough. The blade went into his lower leg below the knee, deep through muscle, missing the major artery by a distance measured in luck and Nara's future profanity. Russo shouted. Not a word. A sound. I moved without deciding. Kemov's voice stopped me. Captain, hold your position. Russo. Himura. I switched channels. Nara. I heard. She was already moving. Aelari must have summoned her before I did, because Nara came out from the hall with her medical satchel across her shoulder and the expression she wore when the universe had become personally offensive. Aelari came with her as far as the inner threshold, then stopped, one hand braced against the stone. She looked toward the hall, then toward her wounded acolytes, then toward the eastern approach. The choice on her face was terrible. Nara made it for her. "Stay with the heart," she said. Aelari obeyed, not because Nara was divine, because Nara was right. At the eastern approach, Russo had gone to one knee. The Kehlar tried to wrench the blade free for another strike. The remaining acolyte caught the weapon shaft with both hands and held on with a courage so pure it was almost stupid. Russo raised his pistol from the ground and fired under the Kehlar's arm. Once, twice. The Kehlar fell backward down the steps, alive or dead I could not tell. "Eastern temporarily clear," Russo gasped. "I hate stairs." Nara reached him 30 seconds later. 30 seconds in combat is a lifetime with poor lighting. She dropped beside him while arrows and thrown stones clattered across the terrace. Chen's voice called movement from the south. Kemov shifted 2 acolytes to cover the corridor. I fired twice at a Kehlar shape near the main gate and forced it back behind stone. Nara did not look up. She cut away Russo's pant leg with a field blade, clamped pressure above the wound, and pressed seal gel and clotting foam into the cut with hands that moved too fast to be gentle. Russo swore. "Good," she said. "Pain response intact. You say that like it's a feature." "It is. Can we uninstall it?" "No." A stone fragment burst against the wall above them. Nara hunched over Russo without stopping. The wounded acolyte beside the wall coughed blood. Nara saw him, so did Russo. "Doc," he said through clenched teeth. "Him first. You are both being treated." "That seems ambitious." "I am very ambitious." She slapped an injector against Russo's thigh. His breath caught. "Bleeding controlled," she said. "Deep muscle injury, not arterial. You will live. Love hearing that. You will not walk." "Less love." She looked at the remaining acolyte. "Help me drag him back," Russo objected. Weakly. That was how I knew he was worse than he wanted us to think. At the main gate, the attack surged again. Not Kehlar this time. A mixed push. 2 Aelari who had not dropped weapons, 1 masked priest, and a Kehlar behind them driving them forward with the threat of his own blade. Thrihiel had lost theology, so he was using coercion. That clarified things. I stepped into the left angle beside Kemov and fired at the Kehlar's leg. Hit. He snarled and shoved 1 Aelari forward into the gate. Kemov fired a stun pulse at the Aelari and dropped him safely. The masked priest screamed at us and raised a blade. I had him in my sights. I did not fire. He was Aelari, misled, terrified, armed, yes, but not the threat behind the attack. The hesitation lasted half a second. Too long. The priest lunged. A moon priestess acolyte stepped in from the side and caught his blade with the shaft of her ceremonial weapon. The impact tore the staff from her hands and sent her sprawling. The priest stumbled into the gate, and Kemov struck him across the side of the head with his pistol grip. He went down, alive. The Kehlar behind him tried to capitalize. I fired twice. 1 shot hit armor, 1 found the neck seam. He dropped to 1 knee, not dead, weapon still rising. I fired again. He fell. I stood there with my pistol extended, hearing my own breathing louder than the battle. I had killed him. No tactical abstraction. No shipboard command. No target neutralized on a plot. I had pointed a weapon at a living being and ended him because if I had not, he would have killed the people behind me. That was justification. It was not absolution. Kemov glanced at me. Not sympathy, not approval. Recognition. Then he looked back to the gate. "Reload when you can, sir." I reloaded, hand steady, soul less so. The fight lasted 11 minutes. Later, Bassi would tell me that from orbit, the whole assault appeared as small bursts of motion and heat clustered around Old Stone. Tactical markers, probable contacts, friendly positions, hostile movement, clean symbols pretending to explain an unclean event. On the ground, it was heat, breath, shouting, the crack of pistols, the snap of arrows, stone dust, blood, and the terrible sound bladed staffs made when they found seams in armor or flesh. 2 Aelari priests were killed. One, at the eastern stair, struck down protecting Rousseau from a second blow. One at the southern service seam, crushed when a wounded Kehlar collapsed against the stone bar and drove him into the wall. 6 more were wounded. Cuts, broken limbs. One chest wound from a thrown blade that Nara stabilized later with a face so cold no one spoke to her unless necessary. 3 Kehlar mercenaries died in the assault. 3 too many for my conscience. Not enough to end the threat. When the attack finally broke, it broke unevenly. The remaining Kehlar pulled back under Thrihiel's command, dragging one wounded fighter with them. The Aelari who had lowered arms did not resume the fight. Some fled. Some knelt. Some stood in stunned silence as if they had just watched their god become a military contractor and did not know where to put the thought. Kethris had vanished from the western platform. That worried me more than if he had stayed. Thrihiel remained visible for a moment near the broken colonnade. He looked toward the main gate. Toward me. No theology now, no mask, just calculation and rage. Then he withdrew behind stone. The temple did not become quiet when the assault ended. The wounded made sure of that. Nara worked triage in the inner terrace with Aelari at her side, and 2 acolytes carrying water, cloth, and whatever courage they had left. Rousseau lay against a wall, pale but conscious, his legs sealed and immobilized. When I reached him, he opened one eye. "Sir, you look awful. Respectfully, you're not exactly fresh. Can you shoot? Right now? Later, probably. Can you walk? No? Then don't. Wasn't planning on recreational hiking?" I almost smiled. Almost. Nara looked up at me from the next patient. "He'll live." "I heard. You should sit down for 30 seconds. "I'm fine." She gave me a look. I did not sit down, but I wanted to. Kimov came to my side, blood on his sleeve that was not his. "Main gate holds," he said. "Southern blocked. Eastern damaged, but held. We are low on charges. Ammunition reduced. Acolyte shaken, but still in position." "Thrihiel?" "Repulsed, not broken." I looked across the blood-marked terraces toward the outer stonework where the remaining Kehlar had fallen back. Repulsed. Not broken? That described us too. Behind me, the Hall of the Moon's heart remained dormant. Ahead of me, Thrihiel still had enough force and enough will to try again. Around me, mortals bled in a place built around something older than all our gods. The Marines held. The Aelari held. I held my pistol in a hand that remembered every shot. The assault had failed. The siege had not. 66, Thrihiel at the door. The battle did not end when the assault broke. Battles rarely do what you want them to do. They leave behind wounded people, bad angles, smoke, blood, and the persistent belief that someone somewhere is about to make one final stupid decision because everything else has already failed. In this case, the someone was Thrihiel. The first sign was Kethris. He appeared from the western side corridor not as prophet, not as high priest of the returned mask, not as the voice that had rolled across the temple complex through ceremonial stone and almost split a civilization's faith in half. He appeared as a shield. Thrihiel had one armored arm locked across Kethris's chest and one blade pressed under the edge of the Aelari's mask, where throat met jaw. Kethris's hands were empty. His staff was gone. His full mask had cracked down one side, exposing one wide eye and half a face that had suddenly discovered theology did not protect well against physical strength. Behind them, the outer fight had become scattered violence. Kimov's Marines had pinned the remaining Kehlar outside the main gate and southern approach. Chen held the service seam with 2 acolytes, and one of the bladed staffs braced across the narrowest point. Russo was down but alive at the eastern stair, pistol in hand despite Nara's explicit order not to be dramatic. The Moon Priesthood held the inner terraces with ceremonial weapons and terror sharpened into discipline. The Aelari who had followed Kethris no longer advanced. Some had fled. Some knelt. Some stood with weapons dropped at their feet, staring as their high priest was dragged like cargo by the creature he had called a holy messenger. That image did what my speech could not. It finished the argument. Thrihiel knew it too. He moved fast, using Kethris to cover his body until he reached the last stretch of stone before the inner door. My door. Behind me, through the threshold, the corridor led down into the hall of the moon's heart. Nara was inside with Aelari and the artifact. The machine was dormant. The question had gone unanswered. Joseph had refused it from light years away. The artifact remained unrecovered. That was the objective. Everything else was blood around it. "Captain," Kemov said over comm, voice tight. "Thrihiel at inner line. I do not have a clean shot." "I see him. Do not close. I was hoping not to. Hope is not a plan. I've heard." Thrihiel stopped 10 meters from me, Kethris still locked against his chest. The Kehlar looked worse than he had at the stone circle. Good. His armor was scored from the fight, one side darkened by blood that might have been his or someone else's. His left ear had been torn along the edge. Dust clung to his fur and armor joints. His eyes, though, were clear. Too clear. Defeat had not made him stupid. It had made him narrower. "Move aside," he said. The translator rendered it in Aelari and Coalition standard at the same time, giving the words an ugly layered echo. "No," I said. Kethris made a small sound. Not pain. Humiliation. Thrihiel's blade pressed closer to his throat. "Your compassion will kill him. That seems to be your current job. You would let him die? I am trying to avoid that. You are standing in the way. So are you." His muzzle wrinkled. Behind him, one of the remaining Kehlar tried to move along the outer wall and was driven back by Chen's pistol fire. Stone chipped. Someone shouted. An Aelari priest cried out and then was dragged behind cover. Thrihiel did not look away from me. That was discipline. I hated disciplined enemies. Kethris's visible eye found mine. There was fear there, anger, a plea he would never have admitted to making if he survived. I did not like him. That was irrelevant. I raised my pistol, but not at Kethris. Thrihiel shifted him slightly, using the smaller body well. The Kehlar blade remained in place. He knew I would not risk the shot unless he forced me. "You see it now," I said. Thrihiel's ears moved. "What?" "The difference between you and the people you used." His grip tightened on Kethris. I kept talking because stopping would leave only motion. Kethris wanted power. He wanted his god to matter. He wanted the old priesthoods to have been wrong because that would make him right. You gave him that. You wrapped yourself in his story until the story stopped being useful. Kethris flinched. Thrihiel said, "He chose." "Yes, and now he sees what he chose." The blade trembled once, not from Kethris, from Thrihiel, small. "Enough." Kemov's voice whispered in my ear. "He is injured, left shoulder or upper arm, not fully showing it." I see. I did now. Thrihiel's weapon arm was not as steady as it should have been. The blade pressed against Kethris's throat, but the angle was wrong, not weak. Wrong. His shoulder joint on that side had taken damage earlier, maybe at the gate, maybe in the outer fight. He was compensating. Tactical position, covering geometry. Kemov's phrases moved through my head like drill instructions. Make him choose between shield and weapon. Do not give him distance. Do not let him turn the hostage into the door key. I stepped sideways, just enough to force him to pivot. He pivoted. The blade angle changed. "Captain," Kemov warned. "I know. Thrihiel snarled. "You think this is still a lesson?" "I think it was always a lesson. You just don't like the instructor." He moved then. Fast. He shoved Kethris toward me and came behind him, blade sweeping over the Aelari's shoulder, trying to use the smaller body as both obstruction and weapon delivery. I fired low. Not at Kethris, not at Thrihiel's chest, at the stone beside his lead foot. The shot cracked and sparked against precursor dark floor. Thrihiel adjusted by instinct, and that adjustment saved Kethris from the blade's follow-through, but exposed Thrihiel's wounded shoulder for 1/2 second. Kemov fired from the left angle. The round hit Thrihiel's shoulder joint. Armor absorbed part of it. "Not enough!" Thrihiel roared and released Kethris. The Aelari dropped forward. I caught him badly with my left arm and shoved him behind me, where one of Solari's acolytes grabbed his robe and dragged him clear with more enthusiasm than gentleness. Thrihiel came on, weapon arm damaged, other hand empty. Still larger than me, faster than anything that size had a right to be, and very committed to making my day worse. I fired once. Missed because he hit my wrist. The pistol nearly left my hand. Pain went up my forearm like a live wire. He struck with his damaged arm anyway, a brutal short motion that caught my shoulder and drove me back into the inner doorframe. Stone hit my spine. Air left. For 1 second, the world became white around the edges. Thrihiel lunged for the haul. I dropped, not graceful, not heroic. I got under his line because my knees had already decided standing was optional. He stumbled over me, and I drove my shoulder into his thigh with everything I had. It was like tackling a moving wall that hated me. He went off balance. Not down. Kehlar apparently considered falling an insult. He turned, claws scraping stone, and reached for me with his good hand. I brought the pistol up two-handed because one-handed was no longer reliable. He kicked my wrist. The shot went wild, striking the arch behind him. The hall answered with a pulse of pale light. Everyone froze for half a heartbeat, even Thrihiel. The artifact did not activate. It noticed. That was enough to remind us what stood behind the door. Thrihiel recovered first. He slammed into me. We hit the wall. My head snapped back, and for one brief, absurd moment I thought about the concussion protocols Nara would be furious about if I lived long enough to violate them. He pinned my pistol arm against the stone with his good hand. His damaged arm tried to rise. Could not. His weapon hand shook, blade hanging low. I could smell him now, blood, hot armor, wet fur, and the stale chemical tang of combat drugs. "You could have joined me," he growled. "No. You saw the lies." "Yes." "You saw the doors." "Yes." "Then why defend the lock?" I shoved my forearm up into his throat, not hard enough to move him much, hard enough to make speaking inconvenient. "Because people live on the other side of it." He bared his teeth. For a moment, I thought that would be the last expression I ever saw. Then Chen appeared at the southern angle and fired. Not at Thrihiel's head, at the already damaged shoulder. The round hit where Kemov's had opened the armor. Thrihiel's weapon arm snapped back. The blade clattered against the stone and slid away from the door. Thrihiel staggered. Kemov moved in fast from the left, pistol-trained center mass. "Down!" he said. Thrihiel did not go down. Of course he did not. He turned toward Kemov, good hand flexing, shoulder pouring dark blood down one side of his armor. I recovered my pistol and brought it up. "Thrihiel." He looked back at me. I had the shot. Clear, center of mass. No Kethris, no acolyte, no Nara, no doctrine in the way except the one I carried inside myself. He was wounded. Still dangerous. Still responsible for Kestrel, for Marsh's death by consequence, if not direct hand, for the attack on Joseph, for the manipulation of Aelari faith, for every body on the stones around us. He had tried to break the hall. He would do worse if he could. He had asked me at the stone circle whether I would defend institutions that hid truths, whether I would choose order over revelation, whether I would become the same kind of jailer I claimed to oppose. Now he stood at the door with his weapon arm disabled and the battle collapsing around him. I could kill him. I had reasons, a lot of them. Kemov's pistol remained steady. Chen's too. The acolytes watched from the inner wall, bladed staffs raised, faces pale. Kethris lay on one elbow behind me, mask cracked, staring at Thrihiel as if seeing him for the first time. From inside the hall, Nara's voice came over the local channel. "Peter. Just my name. No order, no plea. That made it worse. I kept the pistol on Thrihiel. My finger rested on the trigger. The moment stretched. Not long in measurable time, long enough to contain Eden. Trappist, Kestrel, Joseph's refusal, Aelari's confession, Rolkson's warning, Hernandez bringing Singapore down into sight, the Aelari lowering their arms, Rousseau bleeding on stone and joking anyway, marsh beneath roots, Nara in the hall with an artifact that had asked a question and accepted silence. Thrihiel had wanted an answer. Here it was. "No," I said. Kemov did not move. Thrihiel's eyes narrowed. I lowered my aim by a fraction, not enough to lose him, enough to change the sentence my body was speaking. "You're done." His ears shifted. He understood before anyone else did. Maybe that was why he smiled. Not much. Barely. A small tired movement at one side of his muzzle, not triumph. Not gratitude, recognition. The bastard recognized the choice. "Alive," I said. Kemov moved instantly. Chen covered. I covered. Kemov closed from Thrihiel's damaged side, fast and brutal. He kicked the fallen blade farther away, slammed Thrihiel against the stone wall, and locked one restraint around the good wrist before Thrihiel could decide whether pride required suicide. Thrihiel did not resist. That was almost more unsettling. Kemov bound his hands behind him with field restraints reinforced for Kehlar strength. Chen added a secondary restraint at the elbows, and a leg hobble after Kemov gave him a look that said, optimism was not a tactical posture. Thrihiel allowed all of it. His eyes stayed on me. "You choose the cage," he said. "I choose the trial. Your institutions will bury what I know. Maybe. Then you have saved nothing." I stepped closer. My shoulder hurt. My wrist hurt. My head was beginning to discuss terms with gravity. I saved the people behind me. For once he had no answer ready. Outside the inner door, the last of the assault faltered. The remaining Kehlar saw Thrihiel restrained. One tried to charge the gate, and was dropped by a combination of Chen's stun pulse and an acolyte's hooked staff to the ankle. Another threw down his weapon after looking toward the sky, the gate, and the bodies of his companions. Kehlar's surrender was not graceful. It happened anyway. Kethris's followers did not rejoin the fight. Some of them backed away from the temple entirely. Others knelt in the open, hands spread, weapons already abandoned. Kethris himself sat against the wall with his cracked mask in his hands, looking smaller than he had any right to look after causing that much damage. Aelari emerged from the hall. Nara followed a step behind her. Both stopped at the sight of Thrihiel bound at the inner door. Aelari's face held grief, fury, and something colder than either. "He does not enter," she said. "No," I said, "he doesn't." Nara looked at me, then at the pistol still in my hand, then at Thrihiel alive. She understood. I hated needing her to. Kemov pulled Thrihiel back from the threshold and forced him to his knees against the inner wall. Chen searched him for hidden blades, devices, and whatever else a rogue Kehlar might carry when theology failed. The answer was too much. The Hall of the Moon's heart remained behind us, silent, dormant, unopened, unrecovered. Neither side had claimed it. That was victory of a kind. The kind that left blood on stone and questions for later courts, councils, priesthoods, and historians to do their worst with. The first full light of sunrise reached the upper terrace. It touched the bodies of the dead, the wounded, the dropped masks, the ancient bladed staffs, the broken speaking stone, the entrance to the hall. No divine fire descended, no artifact opened, no god explained the meaning of what we had done. The temple held, the Aelari held, the Marines held. I stood at the inner door with my pistol lowered and Thrihiel alive at my feet. The battle was over. The consequences were just beginning. 67, the other prize. Bishop had learned that victory did not sound like cheering. Not aboard Singapore. Victory sounded like controlled breathing over comms, casualty reports, restraint confirmations, engineering status checks, and Commander Hernandez asking the same question 3 different ways until no one could hide bad news behind optimism. The battle at the Hall of the Moon's Heart was over. That was the official shape of it. Thrihiel was alive and bound. Hansen's ground party held the temple. Himura was treating wounded. Kimov had secured the inner approaches. The Aelari Prime artifact remained dormant, unrecovered by either side. Thrihiel's remaining Kehlar mercenaries were either dead, captured, or cut off from meaningful action. The temple had held. Bishop sat at helm with both hands resting lightly near the controls, watching Aelari Prime roll beneath them in low support orbit. She did not feel victorious. She felt like the universe had taken a breath and had not yet decided what to do with it. Behind her, Bassi worked the science station with a focus that had sharpened after the battle rather than faded. That was one of the things Bishop liked about her. Bassi did not mistake the end of shooting for the end of danger. "Commander," Bassi said. Hernandez turned from the command plot. "Go. I have a surface anomaly west of the temple complex. Thermal residue, flattened vegetation, chemical traces consistent with shuttle landing exhaust. Small craft, not Singapore shuttle configuration." Bishop straightened. Gomez, at tactical assist, looked up. Hernandez's expression did not change, which meant she had already disliked the answer before hearing the rest. "Distance from temple?" Hernandez asked. 8.2 kilometers west-northwest, concealed in a ravine system below the ridgeline. Good masking from orbital observation, unless you know where to look. "Thrihiel's shuttle," Gomez said. Bassi nodded. "Likely." Bishop looked at the plotted site as it appeared on her secondary display. It was ugly terrain. Broken ridges, dark vegetation, stone shelves, and just enough cover to make a pilot work for every meter. Of course Thrihiel had hidden a shuttle there. Of course they had not seen it earlier. Of course the universe had saved one more little surprise for after everyone had already bled. Hernandez's voice stayed even. "Life signs? None detected, but the ravine is cluttered. Passive scans only. Power signature? Minimal standby or shutdown." Hernandez considered for 3 seconds. That was long for her. "Bishop," she said. "Status Shuttle 1? Ready for launch. Full seating configuration. Fuel and systems green." Gomez. "Yes, Commander." "You'll take Shuttle 1. Bassi goes with you. 3 Marines. Recover the craft if possible. If it is unsafe, secure the site and wait for instructions." Gomez nodded. "Aye, Commander." Bassi was already locking her station. Hernandez added, "No heroics. Thrihiel is captured, but I do not want assumptions killing anyone after the battle is over." Gomez said, "Understood." Bishop turned in her chair. "I can fly it." Hernandez looked at her. Bishop knew the look. It was not a reprimand. It was command arithmetic. "You are staying at helm," Hernandez said. "I know. You ask anyway." "I did." "Denied." "Yes, Commander." Bishop turned back to the controls and tried not to resent being exactly where she was most useful. That was one of the smaller cruelties of being good at a station. Sometimes the thing you wanted to do mattered less than the thing only you should do. Gomez and Bassi left the bridge with controlled haste. Within 6 minutes, Shuttle 1 was cycling in the bay. Bishop monitored the launch sequence from helm. The shuttle bay depressurized. The underside hatch opened. Shuttle 1 dropped cleanly from Singapore and fell toward Aelari Prime under Gomez's control. Bishop watched his descent track. Not because she doubted him, because watching was how she cared when touching the controls was not her job. "Clean drop," she said. Gomez's voice came back. "Shuttle 1 confirms clean separation." "Try not to scratch it," Bishop said. "I was planning a decorative crater, but I'll adjust." Hernandez glanced at Bishop. Bishop faced forward innocently. Shuttle 1 descended through cloud gaps, then into the mountainous western region beyond the hall. Bassi fed terrain corrections from onboard sensors while Bishop supported from orbit, refining the map as Singapore passed overhead. The ravine appeared as a black cut between stone shelves. "There," Bassi said over comm. "Visual contact. Small shuttle, dark hull, landing gear deployed, no visible personnel." "Approach with caution," Hernandez said. Gomez brought Shuttle 1 down on a flat shelf 200 meters from the target. The 3 Marines deployed first, moving in armor with rifles this time, because there was no longer a need to pretend they were honor guards with pistols under travel clothes. Bishop watched their helmet feeds populate the secondary display. Staff Sergeant Molina took point. Alvarez covered left. Baker moved with Bassi, who carried a science kit and looked smaller than usual beside 3 armored Marines. The ravine was quiet. Too quiet, Bishop thought, and immediately disliked herself for thinking in clichés. Clichés were clichés because the universe lacked originality. The Marines reached the shuttle. No movement, no heat beyond residual systems, no life signs. Molina opened the outer hatch with a portable override and a great deal of caution. "Entry clear," he said. Alvarez followed. "Cockpit clear." "Baker, aft compartment clear." Bassi's voice came next, quieter. "No one here." On the bridge, Gomez's open channel carried his breath. Hernandez said, "Confirm." Bassi moved through the craft, her camera feed showing storage racks, emergency rations, spare power cells, a compact weapons locker, and navigation hardware modified for stealth operations. "No crew," Bassi said. "No pilot, no guards, no wounded. Thrihiel committed everyone he had." Bishop absorbed that, overextended, not just tactically, existentially. Thrihiel had made himself look inevitable while running out of pieces. He had thrown theology, mercenaries, proxies, a stolen hauler, hidden routes, and finally himself at the haul because he had no reserve left. The great manipulator had gambled everything on one door opening. It had not. "Can it fly?" Hernandez asked. Gomez had crossed from Shuttle 1 and now appeared in the target shuttle's cockpit feed. "Looks intact. Different control layout, but manageable. Lenian-derived systems with Kehlar overlays. Some Choldron's stealth components." Bishop muttered, "That sounds disgusting." Gomez heard her. "It is not pretty." Varos's voice came from the Queen Mary command link, dry and offended. "Do not trust any overlay installed by Kehlar hands." Bishop smiled despite herself. Hernandez said, "Chief, remain on Queen Mary. Advise remotely." "I am already displeased remotely." "Efficient." Bassi had moved aft. Then she stopped. The camera feed froze on a sealed cargo compartment built into the shuttle's lower deck. Not large, not obvious, too carefully hidden to be spare storage. "Commander," Bassi said. Bishop's smile vanished. Hernandez stepped closer to the display. "Report. There is a secured compartment, non-standard power shielding. I am reading a containment field." "Biological?" "No. Artifact adjacent signature." The bridge went still. Bishop felt the words before her mind assembled them. Artifact adjacent. No, not no, of course. Bassie placed 2 sensor pads against the compartment and waited while the scan resolved. Her voice changed. Commander, I need confirmation from Houston's Trappist archive. Hernandez did not move. Bassie? It matches known readings from the Trappist-1 artifact. The bridge became very quiet. Bishop heard the ventilation. Gomez's voice came from inside the shuttle cockpit. Say again? Bassie turned her camera toward the sealed compartment. The artifact from the Trappist-1 colony. The original one. Bishop's hands tightened on the helm station. The original artifact. The thing that had started all of this. The object Thrihiel had taken, hidden, and locked away. The thing tied to the first crisis, to the colony, to the rescue of the merry male Hansen had refused to use as a bargaining chip. To the merry envoy who had watched humanity more closely than anyone had understood. To the battle on Eden. To Joseph Thompson. To the map that had not been a message at all. It had been here, not on the Queen Mary, not in some distant cache, on Thrihiel's shuttle, his last fallback, his private prize. Hernandez's voice was very controlled. Do not open the compartment. No one is opening anything, Bassie said quickly. Secure the shuttle. Gomez, can you fly it back without disturbing containment? Gomez paused. Bishop watched his vitals spike on the mission overlay, then settle. Yes, Commander, I can fly it slowly. Good. Bassie, remain aboard the recovered craft with 1 Marine. Shuttle 1 returns with the other 2. We bring both shuttles home. Full quarantine protocols on the captured craft. Artifact containment team standing by. Bishop said, I'll clear the bay and set dual recovery spacing. Do it, Hernandez said. Bishop's hands moved. Finally, something to fly even at a distance. Something precise. Something that did not require her to stand still while history opened another hidden compartment. She brought Singapore into a recovery posture, calculating 2 inbound shuttle paths. Shuttle 1 first flown by Molina, Thrihiel's shuttle second. The captured craft was smaller than Singapore's shuttles, but heavier than it looked. With dirty maneuvering thrusters and a center of mass Gomez did not trust. Bishop fed him adjustments through the channel. Your aft port thruster is lagging, she said. I noticed. Compensate early, not when it complains. It has many complaints. Treat them as emotional noise. Varos said, Kehlar overlay systems should not be granted emotions. Gomez replied, Tell that to the control warnings. Shuttle 1 lifted first, clean and obedient. Thrihiel's shuttle followed with less grace and more moral baggage. Bishop watched both tracks climb from Aelari Prime. Below, the mountains held the hall. The temple still held the dormant artifact no one had claimed. Above, Singapore waited. Farther out, the Queen Mary orbited with Thrihiel's computer core bleeding secrets into Coalition storage. And now a second artifact, no, the first artifact, the original wound, was rising toward them in a stolen shuttle. History had a terrible sense of timing. Hernandez stood behind Bishop's chair. Bay status? Ready. Shuttle 1 first. Captured shuttle second. I'm configuring containment standoff and airlock isolation. No shared atmosphere until Himura, Varos, Bassie, and whoever Houston screams at us to include agree it's safe. Good. Shuttle 1 entered the bay without incident. The captured shuttle took longer. Gomez flew it with the delicate patience of a man carrying an angry god in the trunk and pretending that sentence made operational sense. Bishop guided him through final approach, adjusting Singapore's attitude by fractions to make the bay alignment easier. Easy, she said. I am easy. You are never easy. Fair. The captured shuttle crossed the bay threshold. Landing clamps took. Systems safed. Bishop exhaled only after the bay hatch sealed and the pressure cycle began under quarantine. "Captured craft aboard," she said. Hernandez nodded. "Secure all logs. Warden channel priority to Hansen and Houston. No broad distribution." Aye. On the secondary display, Bassie stood outside the sealed compartment inside Thrihiel's shuttle, one hand resting near her sensor kit, but not touching the door. Her face was pale, not with fear exactly. Recognition. Bishop understood. They had not just recovered evidence. They had recovered the beginning, the thing that had led to the Myri male in captivity, to Hansen's refusal to use him as leverage, to the Myri envoy's long observation, to Eden's impossible inheritance, to Joseph in a Houston lab hearing a machine ask a question across the stars. Thrihiel had carried the first door with him while trying to force open the second, and now both had remained closed. For the moment, Bishop looked at the planet below, then at the shuttle bay status, then at the helm. The battle was over, but the board had changed again. It always did. She opened a secure channel to Hernandez's command display. "Commander," Bishop said quietly, "we got more than the shuttle." Hernandez looked at the sealed bay feed, then at Aelari Prime. "Yes," she said, "we did." Bishop turned back to her controls. Both shuttles were home. The artifact was aboard. And somewhere down on the surface, Captain Hansen was about to learn that Thrihiel's last secret had been hiding in plain sight, 8 kilometers from the Hall of the Moon's heart. 68 writes, "The battle ended before the morning understood it was allowed to continue." That was how it felt, anyway. One moment the Hall of the Moon's heart was a battlefield. The next, it was a temple again. Except temples were not supposed to have Kehlar blood on the stones, spent shell casings beneath crescent carvings, and wounded acolytes moaning softly while Nara moved from body to body with the focused anger of a physician who had run out of patience for the universe. Russo was alive. That was the first count that mattered to me. He lay against the eastern wall with his lower legs sealed, wrapped, and immobilized. Nara had stopped the bleeding. The blade wound was deep but not arterial, and Russo had already tried to make 3 jokes, which I took as a good sign until Nara threatened to sedate him for cultural preservation. 2 Aelari priests were dead. 6 more were wounded. 3 Kehlar mercenaries had died in the final assault, in addition to the ones killed during the earlier attacks. The rest were in custody or too wounded to matter except medically. Thrihiel was bound under Kemov's guard near the inner wall, his injured shoulder sealed well enough that he would not bleed out before someone decided where to put him. He watched everything with the silence of a man who had lost the immediate battle, and begun saving whatever pieces of himself he intended to use in the next one. Kethris was alive. That fact irritated several people. It probably irritated Kethris most of all. He sat near the broken speaking stone with his cracked mask in his lap, no longer bound, no longer dangerous in the immediate sense, and no longer surrounded by people willing to die because his voice made uncertainty sound like destiny. His followers had put down their arms. Some had fled. Some knelt in corners of the terrace. Some stared at Aelari as if she had destroyed and saved the world in the same breath. Maybe she had. The temple held. The artifact remained inside the mountain, dormant and unrecovered. No one had won it. That was the only kind of victory I trusted anymore. Kemov approached me at the main gate after the final sweep. He had blood on his sleeve, stone dust on his face, and the expression of a man mentally writing a report that would make several officers uncomfortable. "Gate secure," he said. "Southern seam blocked and guarded. Eastern approach damaged but defensible. Prisoners separated. Kehlar restraints doubled. Thrihiel? Alive, not resisting." Not resisting and harmless are not synonyms. No, sir. Good. Kemov looked toward the inner terrace, where Aelari's acolytes had laid the 2 dead priests on clean green cloth. We need to decide what to do with the Aelari prisoners. Aelari decides. He nodded once. Expected. You disagree? No. That was almost generous. He left to check on Chen, and I remained at the gate because moving felt like admitting the morning had more work for me. It did. Aelari found me there. She came slowly, not because she was injured, but because each step carried the weight of everything she had just chosen. Her robe was stained with dust and someone else's blood. The ash crescent on her brow had smeared. She still held the ring of temple keys in one hand. For the first time since I had met her, she looked old. Not weak. Old. She stopped beside me and looked out through the main gate at the bodies being moved. The dropped masks, the broken arrows, the stones still marked by battle. The dead must be carried to the moon, she said. The translator softened the phrase, then corrected itself. The death rites, I said. Yes. For both priests. For all who served the moon and died defending the heart. She paused. The Kehlar dead will be removed beyond the lower stones. Their rites are not ours. The Aelari who followed Kethris and died will be named separately when their houses come. That was more mercy than I would have managed if the decision had been mine. Fortunately, it was not. What do you need? I asked. She turned her face toward the inner terrace. The lady? I already knew. I hated that I already knew. Aelari's voice dropped. They died after seeing truth break open. They died defending a hall they had guarded all their lives without entering. They died after the moon walked among them and told them care was not fear. She looked back at me. My people will need the right. Not because she is truly a goddess. No, because grief still speaks the language it knows. That was one of the most honest sentences I had heard on Aelari Prime. I looked across the terrace. Nara was kneeling beside a wounded acolyte, wrapping a shoulder wound while giving instructions to another priest through the translator. Her hands were steady. Her face was not. She felt me looking and looked up. Aelari did not ask her directly. Not at first, she asked me because, publicly, the Aelari still saw me as the other half of the divine pair, even after I had stood in front of them and told them I was a mortal captain from Earth. Truth changed belief. It did not immediately erase form. I walked to Nara. Every step reminded me that Thrihiel had slammed me into a stone wall and that I was not 20 anymore. Or 30, or whatever age would have made that less unpleasant. Nara finished tying the bandage, gave the acolyte water, and stood. What? She asked. Not because she did not know, but because making me say it gave both of us one last chance to refuse. Aelari needs death rites for the 2 priests. Nara's eyes went to the bodies, then to Aelari, then to me. She wants me to officiate. As Nara. Nara closed her eyes for half a second. When she opened them, they were calm in the way oceans were calm if you ignored depth. We just told them I'm not a goddess. Yes. And now they need the Moon Mother to preside over their dead. Yes. Her mouth tightened. Peter, I know. We stood there in the middle of the ruined temple with no good choice between us. Refuse, and the Aelari who had just chosen truth over Kethris would receive cold doctrine from the people who had broken their world. Accept, and the lie continued, but differently now. Not as deception. As ritual language everyone important understood had changed. Nara looked at Aelari. Aelari bowed her head. Not worship, request. Nara took a breath. All right, she said. I nodded. She looked back at me, but this matters. I know. No, it matters that we don't pretend this is clean. We won't. She accepted that, though neither of us believed it would be enough. The rites took most of the morning. The Aelari dead were washed first. Not fully, not as in a village death house, because there was no time and the temple's water was limited. Aelari directed the washing herself, hands moving with ritual precision while Nara knelt beside her. The wounds were cleaned. Blood was wiped from the faces. The bodies were wrapped in green cloth and laid on woven mats facing the hall. The surviving priests gathered in a crescent around them. The wounded who could sit were carried there. Even some of Kethris's former followers came, unmasked and silent, standing at the edge of the terrace, as if unsure whether they were permitted to grieve people they had helped put in danger. Aelari permitted it. That was another choice I was not sure I could have made. Nara stood at the head of the dead. She wore no crown, no added markings except the fading crescent ash, and the blood on her sleeves that no one could mistake for holiness if they were honest. She did not try to look divine. That was what made it work. Aelari spoke first. "The day closes," the moon priesthood answered, voices cracked and exhausted. "The night opens." Aelari touched the first dead priest's forehead. "The root remembers," Nara repeated the gesture. The translator gave her the words in her ear, but by then she knew them. "The root remembers." The priest began a low chant. I did not understand the original language. The translator provided fragments and failed at the parts that mattered most. Moon, root, water, names carried under the night, grief washed but not erased, watchers who stand at doors, hands that hold the threshold. Nara spoke each name Aelari gave her. The first dead priest was named Thavan of the Lower Crescent, a keeper of temple water and old stairways. He had died at the eastern approach protecting Russo and one of the younger acolytes. The second was Aramal of the Root Chamber, custodian of the Night Seal stones. He had died at the southern seam when the Kehlar forced the passage and the old stone bar came down. Nara named them both. Not perfectly. The Aelari heard perfection anyway because grief is generous to those who show up. I stood with Kimov and Chen near the outer edge of the rite. Russo remained propped against a wall, pale and furious that he could not stand. When Taven's name was spoken, Russo bowed his head. No joke, no comment. Just a Marine honoring a priest who had died in the same fight. The rites moved through stations of the temple. At the lower water basin, Nara poured water over Aelari's hands, and Aelari poured it over hers. At the crescent wall, the dead were turned toward the hall. At the root-carved stone, each surviving priest laid one hand against the cloth and spoke a memory. Some were long. Some were only one word. The wounded acolyte, whose shoulder Nara had wrapped, whispered that Aramal had taught him how to sweep the east stair properly when he was a child, and had never let him do it badly. That broke several people. It almost broke me. Finally, the bodies were carried to a sheltered terrace on the north side of the complex, where roots from mountain trees had grown through old stone without destroying it. There, temporary burial niches were opened. Aelari said permanent rites would require the full village priesthood, family lines, and a moon cycle of mourning. For now, the fallen would be placed under temple protection. Nara stood at the entrance to the niche. She spoke the final words without needing the translator to prompt her. The day closes. The night opens. The root remembers. The Aelari answered her. The sound moved through the temple, soft and broken and real. For a moment I forgot the reports, the contamination, the hearings, the questions that would come from Houston, Berlin, Denver, Singapore, the Concord, the Children government, the Lenians, the Kehlar, and every historian who would one day hate us for not making their job cleaner. There were only the dead, and the living trying to carry them. When the rites ended, Aelari went to Kethris. I followed because I did not trust the universe to stop producing complications just because we had finished a funeral. Kethris stood when she approached. His cracked mask remained in his hands. The two of them looked at each other for a long time. Then Aelari said, "Go." The translator made the word small. It was not small. Kehlar stared at her. "You free me?" "No," she said. "I release you from this place. Freedom is what you do after." His fingers tightened around the broken mask. "You will not bind me for judgment? Judgment has already begun." She looked at his mask. "Not by me alone." Kehlar looked toward the dead priest's terrace, then toward Thrihiel, bound and guarded near the inner wall, then toward me. He said nothing. Aelari stepped aside. No one stopped him. Kehlar walked down the temple steps without his staff, without followers calling his name, without the speaking stone carrying his voice. A few of his former acolytes watched him go. None followed immediately. That, too, was an answer. Near midday, Singapore called. The signal came through clearer than I expected, which meant Hernandez was still holding closer than doctrine would like. "Captain," she said. I had stepped away from the rites to a shaded corner near the main gate. Nara remained with Aelari and the wounded. "Hansen." "We recovered Thrihiel's shuttle." That took me a second. "His shuttle?" "Bassi found the landing site west of the temple. Gomez flew the craft back. No personnel aboard. He was overextended." "Yes." There was something in her voice. "What else?" A pause. "The Trappist-1 artifact was on board." The temple around me seemed to recede. Not disappear. Recede. I saw a line in my mind: Trappist, the Miri male, my decision not to use him as leverage, the Miri envoy watching us, Eden, Joseph, the map, Aelari Prime, the hall, Thrihiel at the door. The beginning had been hiding inside his last escape. "Contained?" I asked. "Still sealed in its compartment." Bassi confirmed signature. "Full quarantine. Veros is advising remotely and is already offended by the containment modifications." That helped. Not much, but some. "Any activation?" "None." "Good. I thought you should know before Houston does whatever Houston is going to do." "Thank you." Hernandez's voice softened just slightly. "Ground status? Rights are complete. Russo stable. Aelari dead honored. Thrihiel alive. Kehlar released." Another pause. "You released Kehlar?" "Aelari did." "Understood." That was Hernandez at her best. She did not understand. Not fully. Neither did I. But she understood whose decision it had been. "We'll need extraction planning," she said. "Yes." "And prisoner transfer." "Yes." "And a very large report." I looked at the blood-marked stones, the burial terrace, the silent hall, and Nara standing beside Aelari beneath the weight of a role neither of them wanted, and both had carried anyway. "Put that last one at the bottom." "I already did." The channel closed. I stood at the main gate for a while after that. The siege was over. The dead had been named. Kehlar had walked away with his mask broken. Thrihiel was alive. The hall remained closed. And above us, aboard my ship, the Trappist artifact waited in containment like the past had finally caught up and asked whether we were done pretending this had started anywhere else. We were not done. But for one morning the Aelari had buried their dead. That had to be enough. 69, the question of leaving. By afternoon, leaving had become the next problem. I had spent most of the mission trying to reach the Hall of the Moon's heart, then trying to keep Thrihiel out of it, then trying not to kill him at the door, then helping bury people who had died because all of us had reached it at the same time. Now we had to get out. That sounded simple. It was not. Nothing on Aelari Prime had been simple since the moment Aelari knelt and called us sun and moon. The tactical answer was easy. Singapore could send a shuttle. Bishop could put it down on the upper terrace or the valley floor. We could load the living, secure Thrihiel as prisoner, and lift off. If necessary, Hernandez could bring the ship lower again and scare every remaining problem into a new religion. The tactical answer was also a cultural grenade. A shuttle visible in atmosphere was a violation. A vertical takeoff from the temple was another. A shuttle landing where Aelari priests, former Kethris followers, wounded acolytes, and whoever had already started walking toward the hall from nearby valleys could see it was not a footnote. It was a chapter. I could already hear the hearings. Captain Hansen, did you consider alternative extraction methods? Yes. Captain Hansen, did all alternatives involve further cultural contamination? Also yes. Captain Hansen, did you nevertheless order a visible departure from a sacred Bronze Age temple complex under active religious reinterpretation? With regrettable staging, yes. My future testimony needed work. I stood on the upper terrace looking down at the temple's approaches. The battle's debris had been gathered into ordered piles. Weapons separated. Arrows bundled. Kehlar bodies moved beyond the lower stones under guard. Aelari wounded treated and resting. Thrihiel restrained in the shade with Kemov close enough to ruin his day if necessary. Kethris gone down the pilgrim road with his broken mask and whatever remained of his soul. The hall behind us remained closed. Dormant. Unanswered. That was the word I kept returning to. Unanswered. Joseph had refused the artifact's request. Nera had refused to touch it. Aelari had refused to surrender it. I had refused to kill Thrihiel when killing him would have been easier to explain emotionally and harder to explain morally. This mission had become a chain of refusals. Leaving would require a choice, not a refusal. Aelari found me at the upper terrace shortly after Nara finished her last round of checks on the wounded. The moon priestess moved carefully, not from injury, but from exhaustion. Everyone at the hall was moving that way now, as if the stones had increased gravity out of spite. She stopped beside me. For a while neither of us spoke. Below, 2 acolytes carried water from a cistern to the wounded. One of Kethris's former followers helped them. No one thanked him, no one stopped him either. That seemed like the beginning of something. "I have to leave," I said. The translator carried it softly. "Yes," Aelari said. "My people have to leave. Dr. Himura, the Marines, the wounded who are mine, Thrihiel." At the name, her face hardened. "Bound," she said. "Yes. Alive." "Yes." She considered that. "You chose a difficult mercy. I'm not sure mercy was the word. What word would you use?" "Evidence." She looked at me. Then, unexpectedly, she smiled. "Not much. Mortals name mercy strangely when they are afraid of it." That was unfairly accurate. I looked away first. "I need to bring a shuttle from my ship, a smaller flying craft." "I know. If your people see it, that changes things." "My people have already seen much. More than they should have." She turned toward the hall, where the central arch sat silent in the afternoon light. "The phrase should have belonged to mornings before storms," she said. "It does not command the trees after the roots are torn." I was beginning to hate how often Aelari priestly language made sense. "It still matters how we leave." "Yes." "That's why I wanted to ask you." She looked back at me, not as a worshipper to a god, not even as a priestess to a foreign captain, as a woman whose world had been cracked open and who had somehow decided she still had responsibilities. "The gods returning to the sky is in our stories," she said. I said nothing. Aelari lifted one hand toward the mountains. In the oldest songs, Aurelian and Selenara came down when the world was unbalanced. They walked among houses, they ate from mortal hands, they faced demons at thresholds. Then, when the road was held and the dead were named, they returned to the heavens. That is convenient. It is tradition. It can be both. She accepted that with a small inclination of her head. "If your small sky vessel comes openly," she said, And if the people are told what they already know how to hear, the faith will not break from it. I looked at her. What would they hear? That the sun and moon came in time of need, that they defeated the demons, that the false trickster claim was broken, that the wolf mask was bound, that the gods returned to the heavens and left the hall in the keeping of the moon's children. You know we're not gods. Yes. And you want to frame our extraction as theophany. The translator struggled, then gave her an approximation. She considered it. Yes, she said. A sacred appearance, a visible departure, a story large enough to hold the wound. That sounds like lying. It is less false than silence. I had no immediate answer. That bothered me. Aelari continued. I told them you are mortal. I will not untell that. The priests know. Kehlar knows. Many heard. But a people does not become ready in one sunrise. They need a bridge between the old truth and the new. A mythology of transition. A road, she said. Your people came from Earth by crossing roads between suns. Let my people cross this one without falling. I looked down at the temple complex. The Aelari had seen too much to return unchanged. There was no clean reset, no version where we lifted out unseen and left behind an intact pre-contact civilization with only local explanations. Thrihiel had already destroyed that possibility. So had I. So had the hall. The only choice left was whether the meaning formed around the wound would be guided by Aelari or left for every frightened, ambitious priest to weaponize. I will not let them think we can be summoned, I said. Aelari nodded. Then say so. I will not let them think the ship is divine. Then show it as vessel, not God. I already did. Yes, do it again. And Thrihiel? The false wolf will be taken bound to the sky, she said. That is already a story. Make it true enough. True enough. That was the moral currency of Aelari Prime. Not clean truth. Not useful lie. True enough to keep people alive while fuller truth became bearable. I sighed. My report is going to be spectacular. The translator attempted to render that. Aelari listened, then said, Your elders will be displeased? Yes. Then you are still mortal. I laughed. It surprised both of us. Not because it was funny enough, because laughing was still possible. I called Singapore from the terrace. The signal was clean, Hernandez still holding the ship in a support pattern that would make orbital doctrine twitch. Hernandez, I said, Captain, we need extraction. I assumed. Visible. A pause. How visible? Deliberately visible to the temple complex and to the village when we return there. Framed through Aelari's rites as departure to the heavens. Bishop flies. Another pause. I could almost hear Hernandez rearranging every objection into priority order. Understood, she said. No lecture. I appreciated that more than I would have admitted. The shuttle will carry only living personnel from the village once we return from the temple, I continued. No Aelari dead. The priests stay here according to their tradition. Marsh stays where Nara buried her. Hernandez's voice softened by a fraction. Copy. Marsh remains on Aelari Prime. That one hurt. I had known it. Nara had known it. Marsh, near the end, had probably known it too. Knowing was not the same as hearing it as an order. Thrihiel travels bound, I said. Kehlar prisoner protocols, double restraints, medical monitor. Kemov decides placement. Agreed. Russo is wounded but stable. He'll need assisted boarding. Himura's assessment? He lives, he doesn't walk. Understood. Bishop will pilot Shuttle 1. I looked toward the lower terrace, where Russo was telling one of Aelari's acolytes that his leg wound was mostly cosmetic, and the acolyte was not understanding the words but understanding the lie. Tell Bishop gentle landing. This crowd has had enough dramatic flight for one day. Hernandez gave me one dry second of silence. Captain. Yes. Bishop will interpret gentle. That worries me. As it should. The channel shifted as she issued orders. I heard Bishop's voice faintly in the background, calm and clear, already plotting descent. Gomez confirming base cycle. Bassi asking whether they wanted a passive scan of the village approach. Hernandez answering yes before the question finished. My ship was working. That helped. I ended the call and found Nara standing behind me. She had heard enough. So, she said, we're ascending into heaven now? Temporarily with seat restraints? I would like that included in the liturgy. Aelari is workshopping it. Nara looked toward the burial terrace. Marsh stays. Yes. Her face changed, not much. Enough. She would have hated being treated as cargo. I know. She chose to record this world. She gets to remain part of it. That was the kindest version. We both accepted it because the alternative was less useful. Aelari joined us again with 2 acolytes carrying ceremonial cloth. Not divine regalia exactly. More like departure markers, gold and silver bands, crescent-threaded travel cords, sun-dyed ribbons. She explained that they would be tied to the shuttle's interior or held by the priests during boarding, depending on what the flying craft allowed. I almost said regulations may vary. I did not. Growth. Kimov approached from the prisoner position. Thrihiel secure, he said. Shoulder wound stable enough for transport. He is quiet. Dangerously quiet? All quiet from him is dangerous. Fair. Remaining Kehlar prisoners? Later extraction if needed. For now, hold under temple guard and marine overwatch until Singapore can coordinate a second lift or orbital custody transfer. Kimov nodded. Kethris? Gone. I noticed. You disagree? I catalog. You're doing a lot of cataloging today. Yes, sir. He looked toward the hall. The Aelari understand this plan. No, that was not reassuring. They understand the story. That may be more useful. It's what we have. Kimov accepted that because Marines often understood field truth better than committees did. By late afternoon, the temple began preparing for our departure. Not departure from the world yet. First, we would return to Evenal. Aelari insisted that the village had to witness the leaving, not only the temple survivors. The story had begun there, on the platform where she had named us Sun and Moon. It had to close there too. I agreed. Because I was learning, the shuttle would not lift us from the hall in secret. It would come for us openly after we returned along the pilgrim route as far as the village. The wounded who could be moved would travel with us. Russo would be carried. Thrihiel would be bound and guarded. The 2 dead priests would remain at the hall under stone and root. Marsh would remain beneath her jungle tree, where Nara had given her to the roots with Aelari words. Only the living would leave. The dead belonged to Aelari Prime now. I stood at the terrace edge as the sun moved west and looked toward the road back. Extraction was possible. That should have felt like relief. Instead, it felt like another decision with consequences I would not live long enough to measure. Aelari came beside me one last time before we began moving. The gods return to the sky, she said. No, I said gently. Mortals return to their ship. She looked at me, then at the sky. Both will be remembered. I could not argue. Below us the road waited. Above us, Singapore prepared to send a shuttle down through the atmosphere, visible and undeniable. And somewhere between truth and story, we began planning how to leave without pretending we had never arrived. 70. Ascension. Sunset turned the temple gold. Not the comfortable gold of paintings, flags, and civic ceremonies. This was older, harsher, the kind of light that made stone remember it had once been mountain, and made bloodstains look like part of the carving. The western ridges caught the last of the day, while the valley below had already begun to cool. Long shadows reached from the hall of the moon's heart down across the terraces and onto the plain where the Aelari had gathered. Most of Avenel had come. Not all. The wounded remained where they had to. The frightened stayed behind doors. The very old and very young had been kept at the village by people sensible enough to know that history was not always safe to witness up close. But most had come, moon priests, sun priests, farmers, water carriers, children old enough to walk the road, survivors from Kethras's faction without masks, standing apart from everyone else but not cast out. A handful of trickster clergy who had not followed Kithras all the way into ruin stood at the edge of the crowd with their heads uncovered and their hands empty. Aelari had insisted they be included. "The road does not vanish because one guide lied," she had said. I had not argued. By then I had learned that when Aelari put theology into one sentence, there was usually an entire political settlement hiding inside it. The two dead Aelari priests remained at the temple, beneath root and stone, where the mourning rites had placed them. Marsh remained in the jungle where Nara had buried her. We were not taking the dead with us. That was not a tactical decision. It was a cultural one, a human one, an Aelari one, and one of the few decisions in the last week that felt right, without needing 3 committees to apologize for it. Only the living would leave, and one prisoner. Thrihiel stood bound between Kimov and Chen near the lower terrace. His injured shoulder had been sealed and immobilized. His hands were restrained behind him, wrists and elbows both secured, with a leg hobble just short enough to make running impossible, and just long enough to keep carrying him from becoming necessary. He had not spoken since mid-afternoon. I was grateful. Silence suited him better than theology. Russo sat on a low stone bench beside 2 Aelari acolytes, his wounded leg braced and wrapped, one arm draped over the shoulders of a priest half his size, who looked both honored and alarmed by the assignment of helping a marine board a shuttle. Russo had informed him twice that he was doing great, which the translator rendered as a blessing of adequate service. Nara stood beside me. She wore no crown, no robe except the travel cloak Aelari had draped over her shoulders, silver-threaded and crescent-marked. She had tried to refuse it. Aelari had looked at her once, and Nara had stopped trying. I wore a sun-dyed band around my left forearm tied by Aelari herself. It was not comfortable. Nothing symbolic ever is. Above us, high in the darkening sky, Shuttle One began its descent. At first it was only a bright point moving against the deep blue. Then it grew. The Aelari saw it. A sound passed through the gathered crowd. Not a cheer, not fear exactly. Recognition of something that had become story before the event had finished happening. The gods returning to the sky. That was Aelari's frame. Mortals boarding a shuttle under supervised extraction protocol. That was mine. Both were operating at the same time, which made my head hurt. Aelari stepped before the gathered priesthood and raised her staff. The crowd quieted. She spoke first, because this was her world, her people and her theological damage control operation. The translator gave me only fragments while she spoke in the formal register of temple language. Night, road, breath, root, witness, threshold, the pair who came down, the false mask broken, the wolf bound, the dead named, the hall kept. Then she turned to me. My turn. I had done ship-wide addresses under battle conditions, casualty notifications, first contact declarations, funeral remarks, and one truly awful academy speech after a food poisoning incident took out half a graduating class. This was worse, Aelari had prepared the words. Not the meaning. I had insisted on that. No claim of divinity. No claim that Aurelian was speaking through me. But the form was hers, ceremonial Aelari, shaped so the crowd could receive it without splintering into a dozen competing interpretations before dinner. I stepped forward. The shuttle was closer now, descending behind the upper ridge in a controlled arc. Bishop would set it down on the plain below the temple complex, visible to everyone, but far enough from the crowd that no one would be cooked by exhaust or made into a cautionary footnote. I lifted both hands. The Aelari stilled. "I came to you in a shape you knew how to name," I said. The translator carried the formal version smoother than my own words. "I was not the name. I was the one who arrived." Aelari had argued for that line. She had been right. "I am Peter Hansen, captain of the sky vessel Singapore, a mortal from Earth, the world beneath the distant sun called Sol. I came with Dr. Narahimura, healer and mortal, whom you named Moon because she brought healing beneath the night." Nara's hand brushed mine. Briefly. No one saw. Or everyone did. It was too late to worry about that. We came in a time of need. Not because we were summoned by worship, but because lives were in danger. Your priesthood received us. Your village fed us. Your people gave shelter before certainty. That will be remembered. The crowd listened. Some with eyes lowered. Some staring openly. The children mostly stared at the descending shuttle, which I respected as a reasonable prioritization. I turned slightly toward the moon priesthood. "Blessed are the keepers of the moon, who guarded the heart without possession, who waited without surrender, who carried grief without letting grief become cruelty." Aelari's eyes closed. The moon priests bowed. I turned toward the sun priests, some from Evenal and some from Aileron's delegation, standing stiff and uncertain in their gold-threaded cloth. "Blessed are the keepers of the sun, who hold roads, fields, law, and watchfires, who must now learn that daylight does not end mystery, and that truth is not less true because it arrives at dusk." Aelron was not present, but his priests heard it. Good. He would hear it later. I looked toward the unmasked trickster clergy at the edge of the crowd. This was the part Aelari had insisted on, and I had wanted to avoid. Avoidance is cowardice with paperwork. Blessed also are the servants of the mask who survive Kethris's error. A ripple moved through the crowd. The trickster clergy went rigid. I continued. "The road tests. The hidden path warns. The questioner has a place among any people who would not become stone. But the road is not theft. The mask is not license. The trickster who teaches strength must not sell his people to the first stranger who promises forbidden fire." One of the unmasked clergy began to cry. I did not look away from him. "You remain Aelari. Choose care. Choose truth that does not devour the weak. Choose roads that return your children home." Aelari had not written that last sentence. I had. She seemed to approve. Then I faced the whole gathering. "Blessed are the people of Evenal and all Aelari who will hear this story. You are not small because the sky is large. You are not foolish because you did not yet know what waited beyond your world. My people once stood where you stand. We looked up, we wondered, we feared. We made stories. Then over a long road of generations we learned." The shuttle passed overhead, low enough now that the sound of its engines entered the valley as a controlled thunder. The Aelari did not break. They bent under it. Some knelt. Some stood. All watched. "May you live long enough to learn in your own time," I said. "May no thief steal that time from you. May no stranger force open the doors you must decide to open for yourselves. May the dead be remembered. May the living carry one another. May the hall remain in your keeping." I lowered my hands. Nara stepped forward. The crowd changed around her, even after everything I had said, even after Aelari's public confession, even after the ship over the hall and my speech about Earth, stars, skill, and mortality. The Aelari saw her differently than they saw me. Not less truthfully, differently. Nara did not speak in formal Aelari at first. She spoke in her own voice. "I am Nara Himura," she said. "I am mortal." The translator carried it. No one moved. "I am a doctor, a healer. I cannot promise that grief will leave you. I can tell you grief means love has not become nothing." Aelari bowed her head. Nara turned to the wounded, the priests, the village, the unmasked trickster clergy, and finally toward the temple above us. "May the night shelter your dead. May the roots remember their names. May those who wake after sorrow find hands waiting for them. May the moon, as you know her and as you will learn to know her, teach you that hidden things are not always meant to be taken. Some are meant to be guarded. Some are meant to wait. Some are meant to ask whether you are ready." The crowd breathed as one. Nara lifted one hand. "The day closes," she said. Aelari answered first. "The night opens." Then the moon priesthood. "The root remembers." Then the village. The phrase moved outward until the plane itself seemed to speak it. The shuttle landed. Bishop brought it down like a promise she intended to keep. No theatrical blast, no reckless descent. The landing legs touched the plane with a soft compression of dust and grass. The side hatch opened. Warm interior light spilled onto Aelari soil. Bishop appeared in the hatch first. Helmet tucked under one arm, flight suit perfect, expression professionally neutral, in a way that fooled absolutely no one who knew her. She looked at the crowd, then at me. "Captain," she said over comm, "your chariot has arrived." I did not answer on the open channel. Growth again. Boarding took time because dignity and injury rarely travel at the same speed. Rousseau went first among the wounded, assisted by Bishop and the two acolytes who had helped him down from the temple. He tried to wave to the crowd and nearly fell. Bishop caught his shoulder. "Do not be charming while bleeding," she said. "Ma'am, this is my natural state." Bleeding? Charming? Debatable. The translator did not carry that exchange to the Aelari. Mercifully, Nara supervised his loading, checked his leg brace, and pointed at him with one finger. "Do not move unless the shuttle catches fire. What if it smolders?" Rousseau. Copy, no moving. Thrihiel boarded next. Bound. Silent. Kimov and Chen handled him without drama. The Aelari watched as the false wolf, the false avatar, the mortal who had worn Valeth's shadow for leverage, was taken into the sky vessel under guard. That mattered. Aelari had been right. The theology completed itself around the image. The gods, or mortals who had worn the god's shape, depending on how ready the listener was, had defeated demons and broken the false trickster claim. They did not leave Thrihiel's body behind as a martyr or corpse. They took him bound to whatever sky realm held beings of his kind. It was not technically accurate. It was true enough. Kimov boarded after Thrihiel, then Chen. Both stayed near the prisoner. Neither relaxed. Nara boarded before me. She paused at the hatch and looked back at Aelari. The two women held each other's gaze across all the lies, half-truths, rights, wounds, and choices that had made them something stranger than allies. Aelari bowed. Not to a goddess. Not entirely. To a woman she would spend the rest of her life explaining. Nara returned the bow, then she entered the shuttle. I was last. The captain always wants to be last, because captains are foolish, and because sometimes symbolism and responsibility are the same unpleasant thing. I turned toward the crowd one final time. Aelari stood at the front, staff in hand, the last sunset light touching the crescent on her brow. Around her the Aelari waited for the ending of the rite. I gave her the words we had agreed on. "The sky does not close. The road continues," she answered, voice steady. "The roots remember. The children will learn." I stepped into the shuttle. The hatch closed. The sound was small, final anyway. Inside, the air smelled like ship metal, medical sealant, Bishop's flight console, Rousseau's clotting foam, and Thrihiel's controlled silence. Home, then. A complicated version. Bishop returned to the pilot's seat and sealed the ascent checklist. "All passengers secure," Kemov answered from the rear. "Prisoner secure. Nara, Rousseau secure. Rousseau emotionally or physically? Nara, do not test me. Physically secure." Bishop lifted us from the plane. The shuttle rose slowly at first, exactly as planned. Through the side viewport, the Aelari remained in formation below us. No panic, no stampede, no collapse. They watched. The gods returned to the sky. The mortals departed in a shuttle. The religious event was complete. The new canon had already begun. Solari stayed visible longest, a small figure with a staff standing at the edge of the plane, watching until the distance swallowed expression. I knew what she would do after we vanished into the cloud layer. She would return to the temple. She would stand before the hall. She would begin the long work of teaching her successor what she now knew, that gods could be mortals, that machines could become sacred, that truth could heal or destroy depending on the hands that carried it. The clouds closed beneath us. Aelari Prime became white mist, then green and blue through gaps, then a planet again instead of a place where I had failed and succeeded in equal measure. For almost 30 seconds no one spoke. Then Rousseau said, "Sir." I turned. He was strapped into a side seat, legs secured, face pale, eyes too bright with pain medication and adrenaline that had not yet received permission to leave. "Yes, Rousseau. When you ordered Singapore to hover over the hall." "Rousseau." "Sir, that was the most badass Captain Kirk thing you could have done." Bishop made a noise from the pilot's seat. Not quite a laugh. Rousseau continued, because injury had not improved his sense of timing. "And the speech? About maybe someday the Aelari getting to travel to other stars? Gene Roddenberry would have been proud." For 1 second the shuttle was silent. Then every human aboard laughed. Not Thrihiel, not even Kemov at first, but Bishop laughed openly from the pilot's seat. Chen laughed under his breath. Nara covered her face and laughed because exhaustion had finally found a crack. Even Kemov's mouth twitched, which from him counted as a standing ovation. I laughed too. I did not mean to. I needed to. Thrihiel watched us from his restraints, silent and unreadable. Let him. For a few seconds, climbing through the upper atmosphere towards Singapore with a wounded Marine making Star Trek jokes, a doctor laughing beside me, my prisoner alive, my ship waiting, and an alien world below already turning us into myth, I allowed myself the smallest possible mercy. We had survived. Not cleanly, not without cost, but together. The shuttle broke through the last cloud layer, and Singapore appeared above us, waiting in orbit like the best and worst decision humanity had ever learned how to build. Bishop angled us home. 71. Singapore returning. The shuttle came home through the Deck 4 bay. That should not have felt sacred. It was machinery. Procedure, approach vector, bay alignment, attitude correction, pressure cycle, landing clamps, status lights. Bishop flew us in with the kind of confidence that made dangerous things look routine, which was one of the reasons she had the helm, and one of the reasons I occasionally considered grounding her on principle. The underside hatch opened beneath Singapore. The bay was already cycled to vacuum. The shuttle passed through the field of guide lights, rotated slightly, and settled onto the deck with a soft mechanical finality that I felt through the seat frame more than heard. Landing clamps engaged. External pressure remained 0, Then the bay hatch sealed, and the ship began to breathe around us. Atmosphere returned in a controlled rush. Metal clicked. Pumps hummed. The shuttle cabin pressure matched shipboard pressure, and for the first time in 21 days I was inside my ship, not near it, not speaking to it through patchy windows and compressed bursts. Inside it. Home was a ridiculous word for a prototype frigate with cramped berths, overworked systems, too few private spaces, and a galley where Gibby treated morale like a combat discipline. It was also the only word that fit. Bishop shut down the shuttle systems and turned in her pilot's seat. "Welcome back, Captain." For once, she did not add a joke. That told me more than a speech would have. Kemov stood first because prisoners came before sentiment. Thrihiel remained bound, shoulder immobilized, face silent, eyes tracking every detail of the shuttle bay with the attention of a man filing the architecture of his prison. Chen and 2 waiting Marines took custody at the hatch. The brig Varos had built in the cargo bay was ready for him. Of course it was. Varos did not build things to be ready later. Russo was next, which required more people, less dignity, and an argument he lost before it began. "I can hop," he said. Nara looked at him. He reconsidered. "I can be carried with quiet professionalism." "Good choice," she said. 2 corpsmen and a Marine helped move him from the shuttle to a stretcher. Russo gave me a thumbs up as they passed. It was probably meant to reassure me. It did, against my better judgment. Then Nara stepped out. She stopped just beyond the hatch, not dramatically, not for anyone watching. She simply stood on the deck of Singapore and looked around the shuttle bay, as if the ship were a room she had left minutes ago, and a lifetime ago at the same time. Her hair was tied back badly. Her clothes were stained with dust, dried blood, ash, and the kind of wear that did not launder out of memory. The crescent mark had mostly faded from her brow. Mostly. The crew waiting in the bay saw it. No one said anything. Smart crew. I followed her down. The shuttle bay had gathered more people than protocol required. Not everyone. Singapore still had watches, prisoners, a captured artifact in quarantine, and a stolen hauler called the Queen Mary operating under Varus's command. But enough. Marines off duty. Engineers pretending they had urgent reasons to inspect cargo tie-downs. Medical staff. Gibby in the back, arms folded, face tight in a way I had never seen him admit to. For a moment they simply looked at us. Then the relief reached them all at once. Not cheering. Singapore was too small and too tired for cheering. It was nods. Exhaled breath. Shoulders dropping. Bishop touching Gomez's arm as he came in from the bay control station. One engineer crossing herself. A Marine saying, "Captain," like the word had been waiting in his throat for 3 weeks. Gibby wiped at his face and immediately pretended he had not. I respected the lie. "Status?" I asked, because command offered shelter from emotion. Bishop answered first. "Shuttle secure. Prisoner transfer underway. Russo to medical. Captured Trappist artifact remains sealed in quarantine aboard Thrihiel's shuttle. No activation. No leakage. Bassi is sitting on it like a dragon with a degree." "Good." Gibby stepped forward. "You both look like hell." Nara said, "Accurate. I got food when you're ready." "That may be later." "I know." He looked at me. "Bridge first?" "Bridge first." He nodded as if he had expected that and disliked it anyway. The walk from deck 4 to deck 1 felt longer than it should have. Every corridor was exactly the same and not the same at all. The lighting, the smell of recycled air, the deck vibration, the narrow turns, the ladders and lifts. Crew stepping aside, not because I was a god, not because I was a symbol, but because I was the captain and I had been gone too long. Nara walked beside me until deck 2, where medical tried to claim her. She held up one hand. 10 minutes, she said. The corpsman looked ready to object, then thought better of it. Wise. We continued to the bridge together. The hatch opened. The bridge was full and still. Hernandez sat in the captain's chair. Bishop was already back at the helm, because apparently she had decided flying a shuttle, recovering a prisoner, and returning to bridge watch were all the same task if one refused to acknowledge fatigue. Gomez stood at tactical assist. Bassi was at science, eyes bright with too little sleep and too much data. The command display showed Aelari Prime below, Singapore in support orbit, and the Queen Mary offset above us with its transponder locked under coalition control. For 1 second, no one moved. Then Hernandez stood, not quickly, deliberately. She stepped away from the captain's chair and moved to the exo seat on my left, the seat she had occupied before the stranding. She did not make a ceremony of it. That would have embarrassed us both. She restored the bridge. That was ceremony enough. "Captain has the bridge," she said. I looked at the chair. It was the same chair. Of course it was the same chair. Slightly raised behind helm, exo seat to the left, guest chair to the right. Forward displays, Bishop at the point of the arrowhead, hands near controls. Bassi at science. Gomez behind. The bridge layout I knew in my bones. I sat. The ship seemed to settle under me. That was an illusion, probably. "I have the bridge," I said. The words felt heavier than usual. Hernandez gave me a status summary with the precision of someone who knew I needed facts more than welcome-home speeches. Singapore operational. Minor systems wear from low orbital support and shuttle cycles. No mission-limiting damage. Queen Mary under Varus's command, maintaining offset formation. Data extraction continuing. Thrihiel's shuttle secured in quarantine, Trappist artifact sealed. Aelari Prime artifact remains in the hull of the Moon's Heart. Dormant. No further broadcast since Houston reported Joseph's refusal. Reinforcements? Coalition observation relief is inbound. Fastest elements are still days out by courier-coordinated FTL. Main detachment longer. They will take over orbital monitoring and post-incident containment once they arrive. Non-interference containment, Bishop said softly from helm. No one laughed. There was nothing funny in it, Hernandez continued. Houston has ordered us to prepare for return to coalition space once relieved. Projected transit home. Several weeks FTL, depending on convoy profile with the Queen Mary. The hauler can keep up? Varus says yes with complaints. About the engines? About everything. That one got a small smile from Bassi. Good. The bridge was itself again. Not because nothing had changed, because everyone knew where the changes belonged. I looked at the plot. Aelari Prime turned beneath us, green and clouded and already behind us in all the ways that mattered least. Somewhere down there, Aelari had returned to the temple to begin making a doctrine out of damage. Avenel would tell the story by nightfall, and by the next moon's cycle the story would have grown roots. The hull of the Moon's Heart remained where it had always been. Defended, dormant, unopened, for now. Log our readiness for departure once relieved, I said. Maintain observation but no further surface contact unless emergency conditions demand it. Queen Mary remains under escort posture. Thrihiel in brig. Full medical clearance before interrogation. Trappist artifact remains sealed until Houston and Concord protocols align. Hernandez said, "Aye, Captain." The word captain landed differently when she said it from the XO seat. It felt like return. It also felt like debt. I stood after a few more minutes because if I stayed much longer, the chair would become an excuse not to feel anything. "Hernandez, you have the bridge." She stood halfway, then stopped when I put a hand up. "No, from the XO seat." She understood. "I have the bridge," she said. I nodded. Nara and I left together. Deck 2 was quieter than Deck 1, or maybe I simply heard less of it. Medical wanted her. Reports wanted me. Thrihiel wanted a cell. The artifact wanted containment. Houston wanted answers. History wanted to be insufferable. For 10 minutes, none of them got us. Our quarters were exactly as we had left them. That was the cruelty and kindness of ships. The ready room door opened to the same small space. The JFK painting hung on the wall, Schickler's bowed head, folded arms, a president painted in reflection instead of triumph. The Wilson football sat on the desk where I had left it before descending to Aelari Prime. The models remained in place: Singapore, HMS Victory, Enterprise C V6, Vostok, Apollo, and the NCC 1701 Nara had given me after Warden confirmation. The room had not missed us. It had waited. That was different. I touched the edge of the desk. The football had a faint layer of dust, which on a ship like Singapore meant the cleaning schedule had respected the ready room more than my ego. Nara stood in the doorway between the ready room and the sleeping compartment, looking at the bed. Not because it was remarkable, because it was ours. Small, practical, shipboard narrow. A bed that required cooperation if two adults wanted to sleep without elbowing each other into diplomacy. The kind of bed no one would write poetry about unless they had spent 21 days on alien ground being mistaken for a goddess and watching people die. We went inside. No one spoke. I sat on the edge of the bed first. Nara sat beside me. Our shoulders touched. That was all. For a long time, that was all we could manage. The room received us back without asking what we had done. The walls did not care about reports. The bed did not care about doctrine. The models on the ready room shelf did not care whether history judged us harshly. JFK's painted silence offered no advice. Good. I was full of advice I could not use. Nara leaned against me slightly. Not enough to collapse. Enough to admit gravity existed. I took her hand. Her fingers were cold. "You okay?" I asked. "No." "Same." She nodded. That was the whole conversation for a while. Beyond the bulkhead, Singapore worked. Crew moved. Engines hummed. Prisoners were secured. Data was mined. Orders traveled. The Queen Mary held formation under Varos's offended competence. Reinforcements crossed the dark toward Aelari Prime. Coalition space waited weeks away. But here, in the smallest possible space aboard a small ship far from home, we sat on the edge of a narrow bed and let the silence do what words could not. We were home. Not Earth, not safe, not finished. Home as a room that had waited. Home as a shoulder against mine. Home as a ship whose bridge had put itself back together when I sat down. The smallness was its own comfort. For once I accepted it. 72. Houston receives word. Joseph was in the lab when the news arrived. He had been in the lab for most of 3 weeks. Not continuously. Archuleta had enforced meals, sleep, school check-ins, and one afternoon outside that Joseph had spent looking at trees as if they were poorly formatted data. But even when he left the lab, part of him stayed there. The Aelari Prime map. The 11 nodes, the unanswered artifact, the captured hauler, the slow trickle of extracts from Queen Mary, the terrifying possibility that something light years away might reach into his mind again and ask a question he was not old enough to answer, except he already had. No. That had been his answer. It remained the right one. He believed that. Most of the time. The lab was dimmed for late cycle, though Houston's evening light still reached the high windows above the secure partition. Long orange bands stretched across the floor and broke against consoles, cables, translation boards, and the transparent wall where Joseph had written too many lists. Someone had brought in dinner 2 hours ago. Half of it remained uneaten. Fevai had consumed exactly the amount of protein her body required, and then returned to the data, as if meals were temporary interruptions in the moral development of civilization. Joseph had eaten 3 bites of something with rice, and forgot the rest. He stood beside the main display, scrolling through a filtered extract from Thrihiel's logistics network. Payment chains, falsified transport markers, coded references to Kehlar, references to the second door, which made his stomach tighten every time he saw it. Second door. Aelari Prime. The Hall of the Moon's Heart. Hansen and Himura were still there, or had been. The newest courier packet had been expected for hours, then delayed, then expected again. Deep space courier timing was less schedule than argument. Everyone knew this. Everyone still watched the queue as if impatience could affect FTL transit. Fevai stood at her console when the alert came. It was soft, too soft for what it carried. A single tone, followed by a blue Warden channel marker and a Concord encryption seal. The room stopped. Joseph turned before Fevai spoke. She opened the packet. Her eyes moved. Once. Twice. Her whiskers went still. Joseph's hands went cold. Fevai! She did not answer immediately, which was cruel only because she was reading, and reading mattered more than mercy for several impossible seconds. Then she looked at him. They are safe. The words did not enter properly. Joseph heard them. His brain identified grammar, subject, verb, meaning. It did not accept them. Fevai continued, perhaps understanding that one sentence was not enough. Captain Hansen and Dr. Himura are aboard Singapore. The ground party has extracted. Thrihiel is captive. The Aelari Prime artifact was successfully defended. It remains in the Hall of the Moon's Heart, dormant. Joseph gripped the edge of the console. Fevai's voice softened, though children's softness still had edges. There is more. Thrihiel's shuttle was recovered. The TRAPPIST-1 artifact was on board. It is now sealed aboard Singapore under quarantine. No activation reported. The original artifact. Joseph should have reacted to that first. 3 weeks ago he would have. The artifact from TRAPPIST-1. The beginning of everything. The object that had led to the colony crisis. The Miri male Hansen refused to use as a bargaining chip. The Miri envoy's observation of humanity. The battle on Eden. And Joseph standing in this lab with his name now written into files people were not supposed to leave open. It mattered. It mattered enormously. But it arrived after the other words. They are safe. Thrihiel is captive. The artifact was defended. Joseph's breath came out badly. He tried to make it normal before anyone noticed. Fevai noticed. Of course she did. Joseph? I'm fine. She moved toward him. That sentence remains frequently false. He wanted to laugh. He did not. The laugh broke into something else before it reached his throat. His eyes burned. He turned away from the console because that seemed like it might help. It did not. The lab blurred. The blue Warden channel marker smeared across his vision. He pressed the heel of one hand against his eye and hated that the motion made him look younger than he wanted to feel. I knew they might be okay, he said. His voice cracked on okay, which was humiliating. Fevai stopped beside him. I also considered that outcome likely, she said. That should not have helped. It did. Not certain. No. He wiped his face quickly, too quickly. The tears kept coming anyway. He had not cried when the artifact asked its question. He had not cried when he refused. He had not cried when Archuleta told him the decision was his, or when Fevai formalized the passive observation order, or when the broadcast finally stopped and the door remained locked. He had not cried through days of map work, data extraction, prayer he would never call prayer, and the awful silence between courier updates. Now Hansen and Himura were safe, and his body decided the emergency was over enough to punish him. "I didn't want them to die," he said. It sounded stupid. Of course he had not wanted them to die. Fevai did not treat it as stupid. "No. I didn't want Captain Hansen to have to kill Thrihiel. He did not. I didn't want Dr. Himura stuck there. She is not. I didn't want the artifact to open. It did not. I didn't want." He stopped because there were too many things. Eden, his father's letter. Ruth, whom he did not remember. His own blood, which had become evidence, key, risk, inheritance, and responsibility depending on who was speaking. He covered his face. Fevai stood beside him in silence. Joseph knew enough about children's now to know silence had meaning. Their families were large, rapid, contractual, structured differently from human families. Children were loved, but not always in ways humans recognized. Touch was formal, contextual, often more regulated than human touch. Fevai could dissect a multi-species artifact pattern under pressure, but had no obvious protocol for a 14-year-old human boy crying beside a console because the adults he cared about had survived. For once, Fevai did not seem to know what to do. Then she did the best thing she could. She put her hand on his shoulder. It was small, warm through his shirt, and awkward in the precise way that meant she had chosen it rather than performed it. Joseph cried harder. Fevai did not remove her hand. "I believe," she said carefully, "that this is an appropriate physiological response to prolonged stress followed by relief." Joseph made a sound that might have been a laugh if it had not been mostly tears. "That is the worst comforting sentence anyone has ever said. I suspected it might be suboptimal." "It's fine." Also frequently false. This time he did laugh. Badly. But it counted. The lab remained quiet around them. Renteria had turned away without making a production of it. Tegon pretended to review a data set with intense professional commitment. The others gave Joseph the dignity of not watching a child be a child, which was one of the kinder things adults could do. Fevai's hand stayed on his shoulder until he stopped shaking. Then the lab door opened. Admiral Archuleta entered without aides. That told Joseph he had come as himself first, and Admiral second. He took in the room in one look. The open Warden packet. Fevai beside Joseph. Joseph's face. His expression changed, not into pity. Joseph would have hated pity. Into relief complicated by concern. "You heard," Archuleta said. Joseph nodded. Archuleta came closer. "Hansen and Himura are aboard Singapore. Russo wounded but stable. Thrihiel alive and in custody. Trappist artifact sealed. Aelari Prime artifact remains where it was." Hearing it again made it more real. Joseph breathed in. It still hurt, but less sharply. Archuleta looked at Fevai. "Anything urgent that requires Joseph to remain here tonight?" Fevai glanced toward the data queue. There were always urgent things. That was the trap. "No," she said. Joseph looked at her. She did not look guilty. "Good." Archuleta nodded. "Then I'm taking him home." "I'm not tired," Joseph said. Both adults looked at him. He amended, "I'm not only tired." Archuleta put a hand on the back of a chair. "That may be true. You're still going home. We have the Trappist artifact data coming. Tomorrow." "But," Joseph, the word was not loud. It did not need to be. Archuleta had Admiral voice, Guardian voice, and the rare version that was both at once. Joseph closed his mouth. Fevai returned to her console and transferred the latest packet to a protected overnight review queue. "I will tag materials requiring your analysis." "Thank you," Joseph said. "You may review them after sleeping." That sounded like an order. It was a recommendation with a high probability of enforcement by Admiral Archuleta. Archuleta said, Accurate. Joseph wiped his face again, annoyed by the evidence. Archuleta did not mention it, neither did Fevai. That helped too. They left the lab 15 minutes later. Joseph did not remember packing his slate, though it ended up under his arm. He did remember Fevai standing at the lab entrance, one hand resting on the doorframe, watching him go. "Joseph," she said. He turned. "You made the correct decision." He knew which decision. The artifact. No. He nodded once. "I know." Then, because that sounded too confident, he added, "Most of the time." Fevai inclined her head. Most of the time is often the honest version. Archuleta said nothing until they were in the elevator. Then he asked, "Thai food?" Joseph leaned against the wall. "No." "Burgers?" "No." "Something involving sugar your doctor would object to." Joseph almost smiled. "No." "Home, then." "Home." Houston was gold in the late evening light. The car moved out of the Navy complex and into the layered traffic of a city that had outlived hurricanes, heat, seawalls, space booms, budget fights, and the repeated arrogance of people who thought the future would happen somewhere cleaner. Towers caught the sunset. Old roads curved under new transit lines. The distant shape of the academy grounds slipped behind them. Joseph sat in the passenger seat at first, then leaned against the window. He intended to stay awake. There were things to think about. Hansen safe. Himura safe. Thrihiel captured. Trappist artifact recovered. Aelari artifact dormant. 11 nodes. 9 still waiting. The thoughts lined up, then blurred. Archuleta adjusted the cabin temperature warmer by 1 degree and did not comment. Joseph's eyes closed somewhere between the Navy complex and the residential district. Sleep took him without permission. He dreamed. Not of artifacts. Not of the hall. Not of Eden. He dreamed of a woman sitting beside him under a tree he did not recognize. She had dark hair, gentle hands, and a voice he knew without having memory to justify it. She did not tell him secrets. She did not explain his blood. She did not ask him to open any door. She only smiled and touched his hair. In the dream, Joseph knew her. Ruth. His mother. When Archuleta pulled into the drive, Joseph was still asleep, head turned against the seat, face younger than he ever allowed himself to look while awake. The Admiral sat for a moment in the fading light and let him sleep. In the morning, Joseph would not remember the dream, but for the rest of the ride across Houston, something in him rested as if he had. 73, Berlin. 6 weeks after Aelari Prime, I sat under the ceiling of the Coalition Senate chamber in Berlin and explained, for the 3rd time that morning, why I had allowed a Bronze Age priestess to frame our extraction as divine ascension. The senator from New Osaka looked at me over her slate. "Captain Hansen, you understand that the term divine ascension is not a technical extraction protocol." "I do, Senator." "Yet that is the language used in your mission report. It is the language the Aelari used. I included it because it accurately describes how the event was received by the local culture and how it was staged." "Yes." A murmur moved through the chamber. Not loud. Senators knew how to murmur professionally. They did it with microphones off, aides leaning close, legal staff marking notes, and journalists in the public gallery trying to read mouths through transparent partitions. The Coalition Senate occupied one of the older restored government buildings in Berlin, though restored, did a lot of work. The exterior kept the stone, glass, and historical dignity. The interior had enough security shielding, translation infrastructure, and sealed committee rooms to make a starship jealous. Above us, the chamber ceiling rose in a wide curve of pale wood and embedded light. Flags of member nations and colonies lined the upper gallery. Earth, Luna, Mars, Belt, Jovian and Saturnian settlements. Aloha. Eden's protectorate banner sat with the colonial delegations, plain and severe, as if it disapproved of the room by existing in it. Senator Marcus Whitford sat beneath that banner. He had not spoken yet. That worried me more than the ones who had. The transit home had taken 5 weeks. 5 weeks of FTL travel with Singapore, the captured hauler unofficially, and then inevitably called Queen Mary. Thrihiel in the brig. The Trappist artifact sealed in quarantine, and half the ship pretending not to stare every time Nara or I entered a room. The Queen Mary had docked at Leonov Station in Mars orbit under heavy security. Varos and his engineering crew transferred back to Singapore after 3 days of handover, during which Varos filed a technical report on the hauler that began as engineering analysis and gradually became a moral indictment of Kehlar maintenance habits. Leonov took custody of the ship, its logs, its modified systems, and the children engineer who had cooperated with the practical enthusiasm of a person who preferred prison to death. Thrihiel had not gone to Berlin. No one was that foolish. He was in coalition detention at a hardened facility in Singapore City, where the judiciary had scheduled its own hearings. The Concord Council had scheduled separate proceedings. The Kehlar government had lodged formal notices that were not quite protests. The Children government had issued statements so careful they might have been grown in a lab, and half the coalition legislature had discovered non-interference doctrine now that it could be used in speeches. I had been formally relieved of operational command of Singapore pending review. Not dismissed, not censured yet, not charged, relieved. Hernandez had temporary command authority for ship maintenance and crew administration, though Singapore herself had been placed in a restricted operational status. I retained Concord Warden status pending Concord adjudication, which meant I had all the political danger of authority and none of the practical convenience. A truly impressive bureaucratic achievement. "Captain," the committee chair said, "let us return to the beginning of the surface sequence." Senator Adelman of Europa Station had been chairing for 4 hours with the emotional range of a docking clamp. I respected him for it. "The descent," he continued. "You knew before landing that the Aelari religious system contained a divine pair framework matching your presence and Dr. Himura's." "I knew there was a high probability of that interpretation, yes." "And you landed anyway." "We had survivors from Kestrel on the surface, an active threat moving toward the hull of the moon's heart, limited time, and no viable non-contact method to prevent Thrihiel from exploiting the site." "Could you have remained in orbit and used remote observation only?" "No." "Why?" "Because Thrihiel was already acting on the ground. Observation would have allowed us to understand the failure while it happened." A few senators looked up. Adelman's mouth tightened. "Continue." "I did." Again, the descent. Bishop's controlled meteor profile, the first contact near Avenel. Aelari kneeling and naming a sun and moon. The food offering. My decision to accept fruit. Nara accepting bread. The recognition that refusing the offering would not preserve non-interference but would instead create a different religious injury. The platform. The first night. The limited comm windows. The discovery that Kethris's faction could be manipulated by Thrihiel. The meeting at Korath's Stone Circle. Thrihiel's argument about suppressed truth. My refusal. I did not soften that part, not for them, not for myself. Thrihiel was not entirely wrong, I said. The chamber shifted. That sentence always did damage. I continued before anyone could turn it into agreement. He correctly identified failures of secrecy, paternalism, and selective disclosure across multiple governments and Concord institutions. He then used those failures to justify violence, kidnapping, religious manipulation, an attempted seizure of precursor technology from a pre-spaceflight civilization. Being partly correct did not make him less dangerous. It made him more dangerous. Whitford looked at me then, just briefly. I kept going. The temple defense, Aelari's confession. My decision to call Singapore down over the hall. The speech where I told the Aelari I was mortal, that Earth orbited Sol, that stars were suns at immense distance, that interstellar travel was skill and knowledge rather than divine power, and that maybe someday, after generations, after growth, after survival, they might reach the stars themselves. One senator from Mars asked whether I understood that hopeful technological projection to a Bronze Age culture constituted severe contamination. I understood it as less severe than allowing Thrihiel to define the meaning of the ship overhead, I said. That one produced notes. Lots of notes. Then the choice at the inner door. Thrihiel wounded, weapon arm disabled, force collapsing, escape route cut off by the capture of the Queen Mary, artifact still unrecovered, pistol in my hand. You could have killed him, Senator Osei from the belt said. Yes. Was there a tactical reason not to? There were tactical reasons either way. Then why take him alive? I had answered that in writing. Writing was easier. Writing did not make the chamber breathe around you, because killing him at that moment would have ended the immediate threat, but destroyed the distinction I was trying to preserve. Which distinction? That truth does not give us permission to do whatever we want with people. The chamber went quiet enough that I could hear translation lag in the foreign language feeds. He had asked me earlier whether I would defend institutions that hide truths, whether I would become the jailer of locked doors. At the inner door of the hall, with him wounded and defeated, I had the first clean power over him that either of us had possessed. Killing him would have been defensible. Taking him alive was necessary. Necessary for whom? For me, I said. For the Aelari watching, for Joseph Thompson, for the warden role, for the trial that should follow facts rather than erase them. No one spoke for several seconds. Then the questions resumed, because government, unlike battle, rarely respected silence. The Ascension extraction took another 40 minutes to dissect. Yes, the shuttle had been visible. Yes, Aelari had prepared the ceremonial language. Yes, Nara had spoken a moon goddess blessing after publicly acknowledging mortality. No, the Aelari dead were not removed. No, Marsh's body was not recovered. Yes, the dead remaining on Aelari Prime had been intentional. Yes, I understood that the Aelari religion had absorbed our visit into its canon. Yes, I understood that absorbed into canon was not a phrase the non-interference directorate enjoyed hearing. By mid-afternoon, the hearing shifted from my testimony to senatorial statements. That was when Whitford finally spoke. The senator from Eden rose slowly, adjusting the cuff of his severe dark suit. He looked exactly like what he was, a retired coalition diplomat appointed by a protectorate that trusted elections about as much as it trusted outsiders with good intentions. "Mr. Chair," he said, "I will be brief." No senator who said that was ever truly brief. Whitford came close. Eden exists because this coalition recognized that a human population may require protection from premature integration even after contact is undeniable. The protectorate framework is not perfect. I am personally aware of its burdens, but it was built on a narrow reading of non-interference doctrine. Do not erase agency under the excuse of protection, and do not force revelation faster than a people can metabolize it. I looked down at my hands. Whitford continued. Some here will argue that Aelari Prime proves non-interference doctrine must broaden into total interdiction. No surface contact, no cultural accommodation, no interpretive flexibility. That sounds clean. It is not. Broader readings would endanger protectorates like Eden by giving administrators authority to override local culture in the name of preventing contamination. A few senators shifted. Good, they deserved it. Others will argue for total disclosure, that hidden truths are inherently unjust, and that any civilization touched by precursor heritage must receive all available information. That too sounds clean. It is not. Truth delivered without consent can become conquest by other means. Whitford glanced toward me. Not long. Enough. The Aelari incident is not a template. It is a warning. We require reforms, yes. We require better oversight, faster response mechanisms, clearer warden authorities, and transparent standards for precursor site containment. But we should beware turning one captain's emergency improvisation into doctrine, either to condemn every choice he made or to authorize others to imitate it. He sat. That was it. I had not expected support from the Eden senator. I was not entirely sure that was what he had given. It was better. It was a boundary. After him, the chamber divided itself into predictable and unpredictable lines. Frontier senators argued that field commanders needed discretion when light years and courier delays made centralized approval fiction. Core world senators argued that discretion had produced religious contamination visible from orbit. Mars pushed hard for precursor site security reform. Luna wanted custody rules for recovered artifacts. Aloha's delegation raised the human cost of delayed rescue. Several Earthblock senators wanted a joint Concord Coalition review board with powers no one had defined, and everyone immediately distrusted. The political process began in earnest. It would not be finished any time soon. Neither would the judicial hearings in Singapore City. Neither would the Concord Council proceedings. Neither would whatever the Aelari were doing with the story of the sun, moon, and the sky vessel. By the time I left the chamber, my uniform felt too tight, and my face had settled into professional composure by force of habit. Cameras waited beyond the secure doors. Staffers. Aides. Questions shouted in 5 languages. I gave no comment because I had spent the day giving comments under oath and had none left for people holding cameras. A government car took me to the suborbital terminal. Berlin fell behind under evening clouds. The coalition suborbital shuttle to Houston took 40 minutes. 40 minutes from legislative exhaustion to the city where the Navy had taught me to fly, where Joseph had refused an ancient machine, where Nara was staying with Archuleta because our own quarters on Singapore were locked behind review status, and fatigue neither of us wanted to unpack alone. The shuttle climbed hard, skimmed the edge of atmosphere, and turned the world into a curve of blue and black. I watched it through the window and thought about telling the Aelari that stars were suns from very far away. I wondered how many senators would eventually decide that sentence was the real crime. Houston came up under late light, not sunset yet. The timing worked differently when you cheated geography. The city spread below in seawalls, towers, green corridors, old runways, and the broad geometry of the academy grounds. Archuleta's apartment was quiet when I arrived. That surprised me until I realized quiet had become the thing all of us wanted most, and trusted least. Nara opened the door before I knocked a second time. For a moment we just looked at each other. She had been in her own proceedings, medical testimony, ethical review, cultural impact interviews, a separate inquiry into the death rights, the hall entry, and her role in the Ascension extraction. She looked tired in the same new way I did, as if rest had become a language we both remembered but could not speak fluently yet. "Hi," she said. "Hi." Then she hugged me. No temple, no senate, no cameras, no translator turning us into symbols before we could stop it. Just Nara. I held on longer than I meant to. Archuleta was in the kitchen, pretending not to watch. Joseph was asleep on the couch, with the slate on his chest, and one sock half off, which somehow made him look younger than the kid who had refused to unlock an alien artifact across light years. "Food?" Archuleta asked. "Eventually," I said. "Drink?" "Yes." Nara and I ended up at the small table near the window while Houston moved beyond the glass. Archuleta gave us both tea and something stronger within reach. Then he took pity on us and retreated to his office, leaving the door cracked in case responsibility returned. Nara and I talked for a long time about nothing in particular. The weather in Berlin, the terrible coffee at the Senate complex, Joseph's ongoing war with sleep schedules, Gibby's last message, which had included the phrase, "emergency gumbo protocol," whether Russo had already exaggerated his leg wound into something involving 6 Kehlar and a staircase on fire. How Varos had sent a formal maintenance complaint from restricted docking that included 17 uses of the word unacceptable. Nothing important. Everything important. At some point Joseph woke, saw me, blinked twice, and said, "You look tired." I testified before the Senate all day. That would do it. Then he fell back asleep. Nara and I laughed quietly. The city lights came on. The hearings would continue. The reports would multiply. Thrihiel would face courts in Singapore City. The Concord Council would decide what a human warden was allowed to be after a human warden had already been it. The Senate would argue doctrine into law or paralysis. The Aelari would tell their children about a sky vessel, a mortal captain, and a healer named Moon. For that evening in Archuleta's apartment we talked about nothing. It was the closest thing to peace I had felt in weeks. E-adjudication. 2 months after Berlin, I was in Houston learning the rare discipline of waiting without pretending it was patience. There is a difference. Patience implies virtue. Waiting implies someone else has the authority to ruin your calendar. The Concord Council rendered its verdict on a rainy Tuesday morning while I was off duty, sitting at Archuleta's kitchen table with a cup of coffee I had reheated twice and not finished once. Nara was at the lab with Joseph and Fevai. Archuleta was in his office pretending not to track the council docket in real time, which meant he was absolutely tracking the council docket in real time. My slate chimed at 0847. I looked at it for 3 seconds before opening the message. That was either restraint or cowardice. The Concord Council had voted narrowly to uphold my warden status. The formal language was much more dignified and less useful than that. The Council found that my actions on Aelari Prime had violated established non-interference doctrine, had produced measurable cultural contamination, and had created unresolved questions regarding warden discretion in pre-spaceflight contexts. It also found that those actions, taken under emergency conditions, in response to active hostile interference, with no practical access to timely Concord adjudication, were not inconsistent with warden judgment under impossible circumstances. Then came the censure. Formal, recorded, permanent. My warden status remained intact. I read the decision twice, then a third time, because apparently I believed the words might rearrange themselves if given enough supervision. They did not. I was still a warden. Officially censured, officially preserved. That felt about right. Archuleta came out of his office 5 minutes later holding his own slate. He did not ask whether I had seen it. "Close vote," he said. "Yes. Closer than I expected. Better or worse?" "Both." I set the slate down. That seems to be the theme. The coalition Navy proceedings were still ongoing. Separate jurisdiction. Separate review, separate vocabulary for the same events. The institutional signal, carefully leaked and carefully denied, was that I would likely be returned to command after a period of reflection, training, and whatever administrative phrase someone invented to make grounding a captain sound therapeutic. I was relieved of operational command, not removed. That distinction mattered in Navy culture the way weather mattered to sailors, constantly and sometimes too much. Hernandez still held interim command authority over Singapore. She hated ambiguity less than most people, which made her ideal for the job and also deserving of better. Bishop remained at helm. Varos remained chief engineer, and periodically sent me reports that began professionally and ended as philosophical objections to inferior maintenance. Gibby had started referring to the entire command review process as the bureaucratic roux, because everything was taking a long time and thickening under heat. Nara and I had not waited for the Navy to decide what kind of man I was allowed to be before deciding what kind of life we were going to have. We chose Houston. A civil ceremony, small. No dress uniforms, no media, no coalition reception with people pretending not to inspect the guest list, no temple platform, no sun and moon, no God language except the part we chose to keep because some words, once survived, belonged to the survivors. Archuleta arranged the magistrate. Of course he did. Her name was Elena Marquez, and she had known him for years. She had the calm, dry authority of a woman who had performed marriages, custody hearings, property disputes, and enough emergency civil injunctions to understand that human life rarely arrived in clean categories. She met us in a small municipal chamber near the old Houston Civic District, not far from the Navy complex, in a room with pale wood walls, a city seal, and windows facing a courtyard where rainwater gathered on stone. Archuleta stood as witness. Joseph stood as ring-bearer. That had been deliberate. Both of us wanted it. Neither of us over-explained it. Joseph accepted the role with a seriousness that would have been funny if it had not made my throat tighten. He wore a dark jacket Archuleta had obviously insisted on and shoes that looked too new. He held the small ring case in both hands as if it were a containment vessel for a minor artifact. Given our recent history, that was reasonable. Rolkson came. He had recently returned from Concord side proceedings, where he had apparently testified with exquisite precision and revealed exactly as much as he considered necessary, which meant everyone in the room had left frustrated and better informed than before. He stood near the back of the chamber, small and composed, fur groomed, whiskers still, eyes unreadable only to people who had not learned to read him. Fevai came from the lab. She wore formal children's civilian attire adapted for Houston weather and looked faintly offended by the human custom of ceremonies beginning slightly late. Her presence mattered to Nara. It mattered to Joseph. It mattered to me more than I expected. The ceremony was brief. That was one of the reasons we chose it. Magistrate Marquez confirmed our names, our legal eligibility, our consent, and our witnesses. She spoke the standard coalition civil language in a voice that made bureaucracy sound almost tender. Marriage under coalition civil law is a voluntary union of persons entering shared legal recognition, mutual obligation, and chosen household bond. It confers rights of presence, inheritance, medical authority, civil standing, and reciprocal duty. It does not create love. It recognizes the decision to build a life in which love may be practiced. I liked that. It was honest. No government could create what Nara and I had carried through Aelari Prime, but it could recognize that when one of us was unconscious in a hospital, the other should not have to argue with a clerk. That was not poetry. It mattered more than poetry. Nara stood beside me in a simple dark blue dress. No veil, no flowers, no crescent mark on her brow. Her hair was pinned back, and the only jewelry she wore was a small pair of earrings from Osaka, and soon the ring Joseph was holding like civilization depended on him not dropping it. I wore a dark suit. Archuleta had said I looked uncomfortable. I had said I was always uncomfortable in civilian formal wear because it lacked useful pockets and command insignia. He had said that was the point. The vows came. Coalition standard first. I repeated the words after Marquez. I, Peter Hansen, freely choose you, Narahimura, as my spouse, partner, and recognized next of kin. I accept the duties of care, fidelity, protection, honesty, and shared life under coalition civil law. I make this commitment willingly, without coercion, and with full intent. Nara repeated hers. Her voice did not shake. Mine had, slightly. I chose not to catalog that. Then Joseph stepped forward with the rings. He looked from Nara to me and seemed, for 1 second, younger than 14 and older than anyone should be at 14. He opened the case. Neither of us dropped anything. Another operational success. We exchanged rings. Then, before Marquez pronounced anything final, Nara turned slightly toward me. This part had not been in the civil script. Everyone knew that because Archuleta's eyebrows moved. Nara spoke quietly, not for the room, for me. I will open your day when you cannot rise. The words were Aelari, not translated, not officially recorded except as sound. I answered in the same language, my pronunciation worse than hers, but good enough for the only person who needed to hear it. I will open your night when you cannot rest. Nara's eyes changed. Just enough. Solari had used those vows in platform conversations, describing Aelari marriage not as possession, not as ceremony alone, but as the daily work of opening what the other could not open alone. Day and night, rising and rest, sun and moon without divinity, mortals choosing rhythm. Joseph heard us speak it. He did not understand the words. I saw that immediately. I also saw that he understood they were ours. Magistrate Marquez did not ask for a translation. I liked her even more. She pronounced us married under coalition civil law at 11:06 Houston time. Archuleta signed as witness. Joseph signed beneath him with careful strokes. Nara signed. I signed. The marriage was recorded. No thunder. No artifact pulse. No ship descending from orbit. Just ink, biometric confirmation, a city seal, and a room full of people who had somehow become necessary to one another. Afterward, we went back to Archuleta's apartment. The reception was small enough that calling it a reception felt ambitious. Gibby had sent food through channels I chose not to investigate. There was cake. There were dumplings from a place Nara liked. Archuleta had procured whiskey older than some junior officers and tea strong enough for Fevai to approve of it. Joseph changed out of his jacket within 12 minutes. That seemed fair. Nara stood by the window with Fevai for a while, discussing something too quiet for me to hear. Joseph hovered near the food, not eating much, but checking everything as if food needed verification. Archuleta moved through his own apartment with the slightly unsettled expression of a man who had hosted diplomatic briefings, security councils, and combat debriefs, but found a small wedding emotionally hazardous. Vrolksen sat alone near the far end of the living room. I joined him. For a few moments we watched the room. "You have survived civil ceremony," he said. "Barely. It appeared efficient. That's the nicest thing you've ever said about a human ritual. It was brief. There it is." His whiskers moved faintly. I looked at him. "Thank you for coming. I was in Houston." That wasn't what I said. "No." He held a cup of tea in both small hands. I waited. He did not fill the silence. Vrolksen was very good at that. "You testified," I said. "Yes, carefully. Also yes." "Do I want to know what you didn't say?" "No." That answer came too quickly to be accidental. I accepted it. There were things Vrolksen and I had worked through professionally, the courier, the children intelligence, the timing that had allowed Kemov to anticipate Thrihiel's final vector. There were other things neither of us had words for yet. His decision had not been simple alliance. It had not been betrayal of his people either. Children loyalties did not fit human categories any more than human loyalty fit theirs. But he had chosen before permission made the choice smaller. I knew that much. Still, I said, "Thank you." Volkson looked toward Joseph. Some choices become obvious only after one has already made them. That sounds like wisdom. It is irritation preserved over time. I smiled. So did he, perhaps. Children expressions remained a work in progress. Fevai found me later near the kitchen, where I had been assigned the extremely important duty of staying out of the way. "The cipher work continues," she said without preamble. "Hello to you too. Hello, the cipher work continues." Children expressions remained a work in progress. Fevai found me later near the kitchen, where I had been assigned the extremely important duty of staying out of the way. "The cipher work continues," she said without preamble. "Hello to you too. Hello, the cipher work continues." I set down my glass. "How far?" "The remaining 9 nodes are slowly being identified." Slowly is the operative word. The map is not merely spatial. It encodes cultural context, activation states, and what appear to be incomplete relational markers between sites. That sounds bad. It is not good or bad. It is difficult. In my experience, difficult becomes bad with enough funding. Fevai considered. Then we should be cautious with funding. I'll suggest that to the Senate. Please do not. They may listen incorrectly. She looked toward Joseph. "He is changing," she said. I followed her gaze. Joseph stood with Archuleta near the balcony door, listening to something the Admiral was saying. He looked taller than when I had first met him. Maybe he was. Maybe trauma stretched people in ways rulers could not measure. "I know," I said. "He will need attention." "He has it. More than protection." I looked at her. Fevai's ears shifted slightly. Protection can become another form of containment. That landed. I did not like it. I also did not dismiss it. "We'll do better," I said. "I hope so." From Fevai, that was not accusation. It was a lab result pending replication. Joseph approached me an hour later. Nara had gone to call someone in Osaka. Archuleta and Volkson were engaged in a conversation that looked polite enough to require security clearance. Fevai had cornered a piece of cake and was studying its internal structure before eating it. Joseph stood beside me for a moment before speaking. "What did it feel like?" he asked. I did not pretend not to know. "Aelari Prime?" He nodded. "Big question." "I know." I thought about giving him the version appropriate for a 14-year-old, then remembered he had refused an artifact across light years and had earned better. "It felt like being wrong every hour and still having to choose," I said. He looked at me. I continued. "It felt beautiful, terrifying, exhausting. I was afraid a lot." So was Nara. "She was?" "Yes. She didn't sound afraid in the reports. She's a doctor. Doctors weaponize calm." That got a small smile. Then it faded. "Were you afraid when the artifact asked?" I looked at him more carefully. There it was. The question under the question. "Yes," I said. "I thought maybe adults were less afraid when things are important." "No, adults just have more practice scheduling fear around tasks." Joseph looked down. "You didn't unlock it." "No, neither did I." "I know," he swallowed. "Sometimes I think maybe we should have." I let that sit, not because I agreed, because I had learned the hard way that immediate reassurance could become dismissal. "Sometimes I think the same thing," I said. He looked up quickly. "Really?" "Yes. Then I remember Thrihiel wanted the door opened because he thought truth gave him permission to decide for everyone else. I don't want to become him with better manners." Joseph held that. I could see him doing it, filing it somewhere important. The longer conversation can come later, I said. He nodded. Okay. Then after a moment he said, Congratulations. Thank you. You and Dr. Himura seem... He searched for a word and found the least embarrassing one available. Good. We are. I'm glad. He walked away before the moment became too much for either of us. Smart kid. The day ended without ceremony, which was the best kind of ending after a ceremony. Guests left in stages. Vrolkson first, with a formal incline of his head and no further revelations. Fevai, after securing a copy of the cake recipe from Archuleta, allegedly for cultural study. Joseph tried to stay awake and failed on the couch again, which Archuleta claimed was becoming his signature move. Nara and I left late. The Houston night was warm and damp from earlier rain. The hotel was close enough to walk, and for once no one argued security into the shape of a vehicle. Archuleta offered anyway. Nara declined with the kind of politeness that ended discussion. We walked under city lights, married. That word felt both new and overdue. Married. Not divine pair. Not mission partners. Not captain and doctor. Not two people who had survived Aelari Prime and were still waiting for institutions to decide what to do with us. Husband and wife under coalition civil law, with Aelari words folded quietly underneath. Home had become complicated. Our quarters on Singapore still felt like home. Archuleta's apartment had become a kind of home by proximity to care. Houston itself was a place I had left and returned to so many times that it held versions of me I did not always want to meet. Nara's Osaka existed in her voice when she called family. Aelari Prime had taken Marsh and left something in both of us. Home was no longer a place. Maybe it never had been. Maybe it was the people whose absence changed the air. The work continued. The questions deepened. The Trappist artifact sat in the Houston lab now, sealed behind layers of science, military authority, fear, and curiosity. Thrihiel remained in detention in Singapore City and still would not name certain names, certain backers, certain routes, or whatever shadow he had followed into this entire mess. The cipher was still being decoded. The other 9 nodes were beginning to emerge from mathematics and myth. Children institutional silences remained institutional silences. Vrolkson's loyalties were not as simple as professionalism. Joseph was changing in ways that would eventually require more than protection. Bishop and Varos were building something slowly and carefully aboard a ship caught between review status and whatever came next. It might survive. It might not. The universe had not been kind to careful things lately, but careful things were still worth building. Nara walked beside me with her hand in mine. The ring on her finger caught the city light. Mine did too. "What are you thinking?" she asked. "That we're still not finished?" "No, that I may get Singapore back." "You will. You sound certain. I'm married to you now. I can be irrationally supportive. That's in the civil language." Fine print. We reached the hotel entrance and stopped beneath the awning while a late shuttle passed high overhead, a moving light against the Houston sky. For a second I thought of Evenal, a village looking up, a story taking root. Nara squeezed my hand. I looked at her instead. The stars were still out there. The map was still opening. Humanity had reached farther than it understood, and the old universe had begun answering in languages we could barely survive hearing. At the end of the Trappist incident, I had thought the horizon had widened. I had been wrong. It had only moved closer. Now it was here, waiting, and we still did not know what we were doing. But we knew enough to go together. Thank you. Thank you for reading The Verdant Paradox. If you enjoyed the story, leaving a short review helps other science fiction readers discover the series. Coming next, The Observer's Debt. Concord Horizon, Book 3, Part 1. P. The Archive. On Choldra, dawn came from the west. Fevai had been told that every human visitor noticed it within the first day. The star rose in the wrong place, shadows leaned the wrong way, and the mind, trained by birth or by colony clock to expect a certain order in the sky, objected before reason could correct it. Fevai had never found the fact remarkable. Choldra turned as Choldra turned. The sun came where it came. The old sky obeyed no one's expectation. Tonight there was no dawn. The capital lay under its deep-hour lighting. The upper avenues washed in low amber and blue, while the Warren districts beneath them breathed with quieter life. Children's cities did not sleep in the human sense. Populations too dense, families too large, work cycles layered too deep. The city reduced itself at night. It did not stop. Fevai moved through the archive district at the pace of a minor functionary who had no reason to hurry. That was the first rule. Hurry invited attention. Stillness invited attention. Confidence without importance did not. The capital was full of childrens with temporary clearances and symposium badges, ministry packets and research credentials, legal petitions and family registrations, and the 1,000 other administrative reasons civilization had invented for moving through guarded corridors after dark. Fevai wore her symposium badge low against her coat, its public access strip visible but not prominent. Her fur had been brushed into the professional smoothness expected of an invited scientific delegate. Her datapad hung in a narrow case against her left side. The case contained nothing incriminating unless opened by someone with the authority to examine its hidden compartment, and anyone with that authority would already be enough of a problem that the compartment no longer mattered. Ahead, the public passage narrowed. The large species accommodations ended 2 intersections behind her. There had been signs in 3 languages and pictographic warnings for humans, Lenians, and Kehlar. Low clearance beyond this point. Non-children access prohibited without ministerial escort. The corridor beyond had not been built to offend visitors. It had simply not been built for them. That was one of the things humans sometimes failed to understand about Choldra. Not every exclusion was political. Some were only architectural. The ceiling lowered to a height that would have forced a human to crawl. The wall passages tightened. Service rails ran along both sides at shoulder height for children's and shin height for almost anyone else. The air carried the dry mineral scent of old stone and the faint chemical trace of archive preservation fields bleeding through the seals. Fevai passed beneath the first security arch. The arch read her badge. Then her facial pattern. Then the vascular map beneath the skin of her right hand as she placed it against the authentication plate. For 1 second, nothing happened. Fevai kept her breathing even. Then the arch light shifted from amber to green, temporary ministerial research clearance accepted. She did not look at the text for longer than a clerk would look at it. She moved on. The credential had been in her possession for 3 hours. It had entered her hand inside a conference packet during the evening reception of the Interstellar Pattern Sciences Symposium, under the glass canopy of the Western Hall, while 600 researchers and ministers and attaches and commercial sponsors and polite spies pretended they had gathered to discuss methodology. Thrihiel had given it to her. The senior assistant to the Minister of Records was smaller than Fevai remembered from previous public ceremonies, though age often did that to children's. Not weakness, compression. The body conserving itself as it approached the end of usefulness by the standards of a species that measured careers quickly, because lives were short. Thrihiel had served the Ministry of Records for 32 years. On Choldra, that was nearly a lifetime. She had approached Fevai beside a display on archival harmonization standards between children, coalition, and Lenian repositories. The display itself had been dull enough to repel casual conversation. Thrihiel had chosen the location with professional mercy. "Dr. Fevai," she had said. Fevai had turned. "Assistant Cal." "There is an addendum to tomorrow's closed session packet." Sivrin had extended a thin folder. "Symposium Gray, Ministry Seal, ordinary weight. The minister's office believes you may find it useful." Fevai had accepted it with the mild curiosity appropriate to a conference document. Only the pressure of Sivrin's fingers against the folder's edge had told her otherwise. "Thank you," Fevai had said. Sivrin had not released the folder immediately. Her eyes, dark and filmed slightly by age, had held Fevai's for the length of one extra breath. "The access is valid only tonight," she said quietly. "At local midnight, the archive resets its ministerial permissions. Tomorrow I will be retired in all but ceremony, and the system will remember me only as a name attached to old approvals." Fevai had gone still. Around them the reception continued. "Glassware," translation murmurs. Human laughter from the large species balcony, and beneath it Lennian voices pitched lower than the room's acoustic dampers had been tuned to handle. Children scholars speaking rapidly in clusters, whiskers moving with arguments that would appear in journal exchanges for the next 2 years. Sivrin finally let go of the folder. "I cannot give you the truth," she said. "I can give you the hour in which it may still be stolen." Fevai had not opened the packet. "Why me?" The old assistant's ears had angled back by the smallest measure. Shame, perhaps, or a lifetime of it. "Because you are already implicated," Sivrin said. "Because Volkson waited too long. Because the human boy saw a pattern that my ministry should have disclosed before he was born." Her voice lowered further. "Because preservation has become concealment, and I have served concealment long enough." Then she had inclined her head with formal precision and walked away. Fevai had stood beside the dull archive display with a ministerial packet in her hands, and understood that the evening had changed shape around her. Now, 3 hours later, the packet's hidden credential had opened the first security arch. It would not open all of them. Fevai reached the second junction and stopped at a public directory panel. Her reflection looked back at her from the dark glass, compact, composed, professional. A symposium scientist reviewing unfamiliar ministry layout. Not a thief. The directory offered public research rooms and registered legal reading chambers, genealogical verification halls, and ministerial correspondence indexes. None of the restricted archive levels appeared, which meant the directory was honest, only in the way governments preferred honesty, accurate inside the boundaries of what one was permitted to ask. Fevai placed 2 fingers against the lower right corner of the panel and transmitted the second layer of Sivrin's credential. The public directory did not change. A private overlay appeared in her lens. Restricted Historical Preservation Access Sublevel 4 route authorized. A path glowed faintly through the worn map. Fevai memorized it and dismissed the overlay. The elevator that would have taken her directly to Sublevel 4 was at the next intersection. She did not use it. Direct routes were for people who wanted the system to remember them efficiently. She took the maintenance ramp. The ramp descended in a slow spiral through older stone. Children archive architecture had grown by accretion rather than replacement. The upper halls were modern, polished smart surfaces, adaptive displays, biometric arches. The middle levels were 3 centuries older, built from ceramic composite and pressure-laminated stone. The lower levels, where the oldest records slept, had begun as a royal Warren archive before the constitutional settlement had converted monarchy's memory into public record. Public in theory. Guard sweep in 40 seconds. The alert came from the credential, not from the archive. Sivrin had embedded more than access. She had embedded timings scraped from the ministry's own internal patrol rotations. Fevai stepped off the ramp into a side alcove barely wide enough for a cleaning drone. Her body compressed into stillness. A guard pair came up the spiral from below. They were not heavily armed. Archive security did not dress for battle in public corridors. They wore ministerial dark blue and close-fitting protective vests, sidearms sealed at the hip, narrow shoulder lamps that swept the ramp in disciplined arcs. Their ears tracked sound. Their eyes tracked motion. Their badges carried enough authority to end Fevai's career and freedom, and possibly the symposium before morning. One of them paused at the landing. Fevai did not hold her breath. Holding breath changed posture, changed scent, changed heat. She breathed shallowly through her nose and let the alcove shadow hold her. The guard's lamp passed over the ramp wall, not the alcove. The second guard said something too low for Fevai's translator to render clearly, a complaint about schedule, or cold air, or the pointlessness of sweeping sublevels no one entered without authorization. The first guard answered with a word Fevai knew very well. Procedure. They continued upward. Fevai waited until their footfalls disappeared into the upper ramp, then counted another 5 seconds because fear always declared safety early. Then she moved. Sublevel 4 did not announce itself. The ramp ended at a plain service door marked with a maintenance code and no ministry seal. Fevai placed the credential strip against the reader. Amber, amber, green. The door opened. Cold air moved across her face. The restricted historical terminal chamber was smaller than she expected. Not unimpressive. Smaller. Human archives performed scale. Children archives performed containment. The chamber had 6 terminals arranged in a crescent around a central preservation column that descended through the floor and ceiling like the trunk of a buried tree. The walls were lined with sealed data strata, each layer marked by dynasty, ministry period, constitutional revision, and archive migration event. 1,000 years of children record-keeping surrounded her in compressed silence. Fevai crossed to the nearest terminal. The chair was molded for children posture. She did not sit. Sitting left clear biometric residue and slowed escape. She connected her datapad. The terminal woke. Ministerial historical access confirmed. Authorized query parameters. Fevai entered the search structure she had built in her head since the moment Joseph Thompson had pointed at a geometric recurrence in the Houston cipher lab. Pre-Concord observation references. Unacknowledged contact files. Earth. Humanity. Lunar anomaly. Technological acceleration. Roswell was not in the first query. She did not know to ask for it yet. The archive resisted for 6 seconds. Then Sivrin's credential opened something beneath the visible index, and the terminal surface changed from public archive interface to deep historical extraction mode. Fevai's whiskers went still. She initiated the data mine. The first counter appeared. 0%, then 1%, then 3%. 1,000 years of archival history did not move quickly, even through a privileged terminal. Good records were dense. Hidden records were worse. At 12%, the first ancient observation references began to populate the extraction log. Not full files, fragments, index headers, linked categories, enough to show shape. Unregistered pre-relation surveillance, local region, human biosphere, periodic review, Lennian relocation aftermath, longitudinal observation. Children Royal Archive holdover not for parliamentary distribution. Fevai stared at the last line for half a second too long. Royal Archive holdover. The constitutional government had inherited more than ceremonial continuity from the monarchy. It had inherited secrets older than modern children democracy. The counter climbed 18%, 21%, 28%. Pre-Concord contact files appeared next. Some were what she expected: early encounter modeling, policy debates over disclosure timing, translation development, first route risk analysis. But beneath those were older tags: Earth indirect contact events, human governmental compartmentalization, observation failure, desert incident sealed. Fevai copied everything the system would allow her to copy and let the mining protocol continue. A sound came from the corridor, not the alarm. Footsteps. Another sweep. Too early. Fevai disconnected the visible link, but left the hidden extraction running through the datapad's passive buffer. She crossed the chamber in 3 quick strides and slipped into the space behind the preservation column. The gap was too narrow to be called cover by any species larger than hers. For a children, it was enough. The door opened. 1 guard entered alone. That was worse than 2 in some ways. A pair talked to each other. A single guard listened to the room. He swept the lamp once across the terminals. The beam passed over the terminal Fevai had used. The terminal had returned to standby black. He took 2 steps into the room. Fevai flattened herself against the cold column. Her right shoulder pressed into a seam between preservation panels. The edge bit through her coat. She ignored it. The guard's ears shifted. He had heard something. No, not heard. Not exactly. The terminal, perhaps. A heat variance. A data pulse too small for the alarm system, but large enough for someone bored and competent to notice. He walked toward the terminal. Fevai's datapad vibrated once against her side. 41%. She did not look down. The guard stopped at the terminal and touched the surface. It woke for him in security mode. Fevai watched his reflection distort faintly on the preservation panel opposite her. He frowned. He was young, or young enough that his movements had not yet acquired the efficient laziness of long service. Young guards wanted to find things. Old guards wanted to survive their shift. He opened the terminal's recent use log. Siverin's credential held. The log showed nothing. The guard waited, as if suspicion might ripen into evidence if given time. Fevai's datapad vibrated again. 56%. Earth monitoring files. The terminal across the room remained blank, but her lens caught the extraction headers as they streamed into the hidden buffer. Earth. Nuclear age transition. Earth. Post-war power realignment. Earth. Human technological acceleration watch. Earth United States. Military research compartments. Earth Soviet Union. Strategic response modeling. Earth Children observation cell compromise risk. Fevai felt the first true cold move through her, not fear of capture. Recognition. The Children government had not merely observed humanity after official contact, not merely after FTL, not merely after the lunar wreck discovery in 2070. The dates were older, much older. The guard closed the log. For 1 long second, he stood close enough that Fevai could smell the bitter stimulant on his breath. Then his comm clicked. A voice ordered him to the East Genealogy Hall. He answered, irritated, and left the chamber. The door sealed behind him. Fevai waited 3 seconds, then returned to the terminal. The extraction was still running. 59%, 60%, 61%. Now the system was no longer showing file classes. It was showing old incident trees. Earth, North America. United States, New Mexico. Fevai's eyes narrowed. 62%. A line appeared in the stream. Roswell, New Mexico, Earth. Then another. Local year 1947. Fevai did not have the human reaction to those words. She knew the reference. Of course she knew it. Any serious scholar of human contact mythology knew Roswell. A pre-contact crash legend. 20th century American military secrecy. Conspiracy networks. Cultural obsession. Declassified fragments that never satisfied believers, and never silenced skeptics. It was one of the oldest human stories about not being alone. To humans, the word would detonate. To Fevai, it aligned. That was worse. 63%. The final line appeared before the system locked. Children observation status active. Then the terminal went red. Deep archive access irregularity detected. Fevai aborted the extraction, not gracefully. Grace was for finished work. She cut the connection, burned the credential layer, and transferred the partial archive into the datapad's sealed compartment with no verification beyond the counter that remained glowing in her lens. 63% complete. The chamber alarm began as a low pulse. Not loud. Not yet. The first alarm was internal, the archive telling itself that something impossible had happened, and asking its own systems whether they agreed. Fevai moved before they reached consensus. She crossed to the rear maintenance wall and opened the service panel Sivrin's route map had marked but not named. The panel resisted. Fevai pulled harder. It came loose with a soft ceramic click that sounded, in the moment, like a weapon discharge. The ventilation space beyond was black and narrow. A human could not have fit an arm through it. A Lenian could not have fit a hand. Fevai went in head first. Behind her, the chamber alarm sharpened. Archive lockdown in progress. She pulled the panel halfway closed behind her and began to climb. The ventilation shaft angled upward, then split into 3 branches. Fevai chose the left branch because the air was warmer. Warmer meant active circulation. Active circulation meant inhabited space, and inhabited space meant crowds meant exits. Below and behind her, the archive decided to become serious. Doors sealed. Floor pressure grids activated. Security lamps shifted from amber to white. A voice came over the facility system, calm and genderless. All personnel remain in place. Archive integrity event in sub-level 4. Armed response dispatched. Fevai crawled faster. The shaft narrowed, then widened, then dropped a half-level through an old construction seam where modern ductwork had been forced through pre-constitutional masonry. Her shoulder struck the corner hard enough to send pain down her side. She kept moving. This was the mistake security made with their own world. They secured doors. They secured terminals and corridors. They secured the routes important people used. But children's cities were warrens before they were ministries. Their oldest buildings had bones no modern security protocol fully understood. Ventilation, thermal chases, brood service ducts, emergency crawlways, drainage inspection routes sealed and unsealed across centuries by workers whose names had become unreadable in the records. A spy from another species would have run for the exits. Fevai ran into the walls. She outwarrened them. At the next junction, a security drone entered the shaft behind her. Small, fast. Designed for rodents because it had been designed by rodents who knew what their own kind could do when frightened and guilty. Fevai heard its rotors before her lens picked up its proximity tag. She took the lower branch and flattened herself into a thermal baffle recess as the drone shot past the intersection above her. Its sensor cone swept forward, missed the heat pocket where the old baffle confused the reading, and continued toward the branch she should have taken if she had been following the maintenance map. Fevai waited until the rotor noise thinned. Then she dropped. The lower branch ended in a vertical service chute. She slid down the interior rail, claws catching just enough texture to slow her descent. Twice she struck side braces. Once her coat tore. Her datapad case slammed against her ribs, and for one sick moment she thought the sealed compartment might have cracked. It had not. 63% of a 1,000-year lie remained against her side. The chute ended at a grate. Beyond it came voices, many voices, a public concourse. Fevai pressed her face close to the grate and looked through. The symposium lower hall spread beyond the wall in bright professional disorder. Children scientists moved in clusters beneath suspended banners. Human delegates stood in the high-ceiling accommodation strip on the far side, too tall and too exposed, and entirely unaware that the archive district was locking itself down beneath their feet. Linnean observers occupied reinforced benches near the translation dais. Ministry staff hurried with the purposeful irritation of people keeping a conference alive after dark. Good. Fevai loosened the grate. It did not move. For half a second, fear became personal. Then she found the manual catch, pressed it inward, lifted, and slid the grate aside. She emerged behind a decorative acoustic screen shaped like woven grass. No one looked at her. Public spaces were generous that way. They punished the unusual only when it asked to be noticed. Fevai replaced the grate, smoothed her coat, adjusted her symposium badge, and stepped into the crowd. A children physicist she knew from the orbital mechanics panel passed within a body length of her. "Dr. Fevai," he said, distracted. "Are you attending the late session on comparative node harmonics?" "I'm already late," Fevai said. "So is everyone," he replied, and continued on. She walked with him for 6 steps, then let the current of bodies separate them. Behind her, somewhere below the public floor, armed response teams would be reaching sublevel 4. They would find a restricted terminal still warm from use, a burned credential path, a missing partial extraction, a service panel not quite seated, and a ventilation system with too many old roots for certainty. They would know someone had entered. They might not yet know who had left. Fevai crossed beneath the symposium banner and entered the larger flow of delegates moving toward the late panels. Her pulse remained elevated. Her breathing did not show it. Her whiskers had stilled, and her hands did not tremble. Roswell, New Mexico. Children observation status. Active. She understood what the words would mean to humans. Not the way humans would feel them. That was impossible. Their myths were not her myths, and their old suspicions were not the stories her species told itself in childhood. Roswell would not explode inside her the way it would explode inside Peter Hansen, or Admiral Archuleta, or Joseph Thompson, or any human old enough to have laughed at the conspiracy and young enough to believe official histories had become more honest since. But she understood enough. The humans had believed their technological debt began on the far side of their moon in 2070. They were wrong. The Children Archive had known they were wrong. And Fevai now carried proof. Not all of it. Not enough. Only 63% fragments, indexes, incident trees, observation tags, enough context to wound and not enough yet to heal. That might be the cruelest form of truth. She reached the entrance to the late symposium hall and paused just outside the doors. Inside, scholars were taking their seats. A presentation on multi-species data ethics glowed above the central dais, the title so perfectly timed that Fevai almost laughed. She did not. She adjusted her badge one final time. Then she walked into the hall as if nothing unusual had happened, carrying 63% of a 1,000-year lie, and the knowledge of what it would do to humanity when they read it. This has been part 6 of the Verdant Paradox Book 2 in R.M. Stratton's military sci-fi series Concord Horizon. If you like the audiobook, the ebook is available at Amazon at the link in the description.